businesses, and even you can begin. And we are here to coach you. We are here to help you. You can connect with us. Even those who are still in college, you can be able to connect theory to practice, and you need to apprentice using the people that are already in business. So we are free. You can be able to reach to us if you need any guidance on how to begin a business or a challenge that you are facing in your startup. We can be able to help you. That is what the chamber is all about, and that is why we invited you, so that we can grow together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Last Division, for that welcome. From the headquarters, I can see my colleague here, wengine wako pale nje. Please, here.
Hello everyone. Thank you so much for coming early, for coming on time. I hope you enjoyed the training, and I hope it helps you guys expand your enterprises. My name is Ian, Communications Officer here at CCI.
Thank you very much. My name is Dennis Kirwa. I introduced myself yesterday. I'm the Vice Chairman in Mira County, but as well I'm a consultant with the Mastercard Foundation that is offering the Genuine Growth Program that has brought us here today. So I wish that we be attentive, we learn. Yesterday tulikuwa tumeboeka sana, si ndio? Sababu niliona amko wachangamfu. Hata leo naona mmeboeka sana. Hebu nione mikono hivi, nione kama tuko chonjo. Leo ni mapema, leo tutawaangusha. So we are ready, and we assure you that things are, as Madam Director, the Youth Director has told us, is that today we have a very interesting topics. We are going to deal about financial management, we are dealing about taxation, we are dealing about growth, we are dealing about our businesses, and indeed we are going to learn. So get ready, be settled, and listen from our trainer. So officially I want to introduce Madam Frida, who will be taking us through the training this morning, and I believe we will like her. Karibu sana Madam Frida. Let's clap for her as she comes from the training.
Thank you so much, Kirwa. And first, I appreciate the opportunity to me to come and train the youth and anyone in this room. And I hope that the training will be impactful to your businesses and to you as a person. So, introduction, my name is CPA Frida Jibowen Keitai. I am an accountant, I'm an entrepreneur as well, build businesses, and I'm a consultant. But there's one feather that was added to me just recently, probably most people do not know. I sit in a steering committee within the Chamber of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. I sit in the steering committee of Chamber Business Academy. And what is Chamber Business Academy? It's the new baby for Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, where it's going to provide opportunity-led trainings to the entrepreneurs, to the SMEs, and to the business community. So today I'm going to talk about first, let me apologize. I did not make the slides, but however, make sure that you have your notes, your notebooks, and the pen, so that you can take as many notes as possible. Probably later I can do a pointers, so that it can be shared to you. So that you have something to, there's a way that when you go for training, you forget everything within maybe 24 hours. But if you're able to write them or get some pointers, that should be helpful for you to remember. So my topic today, let me just prepare. Yeah, so my topic today will be around financial discipline and taxation in entrepreneurship. So the first topic that we're going to talk about is financial discipline. That is the foundation for every business to succeed. And if you do not have financial discipline, even as a young person that you're trying to start, or even that entrepreneur that you are hoping to start, you already have an idea of what you want to do, but you do not know how to do it, right? So the first thing and the first foundation for you is to be able to be financial discipline. And maybe I can ask, how many people are entrepreneurs already in the house? Just raise your hand so that I can know the kind of people I'm talking to. If you already have a business running, raise your hands. Okay, I have a question for you. How many of you have ever used business money to pay your personal expenses? How many business people have ever used the business money for their personal expenses? Let's be vulnerable and just put, because you all make those mistakes, right? When you're starting over. Yeah, even directors raise their hand because she knows when you're starting this business, you make those mistakes. And that's why we are here to guide you and train you on this thing. One of the biggest reasons businesses fail is not because they do not even make sales. It's because they do not manage the money they get very well. So that's why we're here today. And I want to discuss a business and a hustle. How many people call themselves a hustler? Mkono. I want to make it as interesting as possible and be ready with your questions later because I'll be able to answer them. How many people call themselves hustlers? Exactly. We all start as a hustle, right? Unapata mtu wako kazi lakini anaanza separate hustle or inaitwa side hustle, si ndio? So in one way or another we are all hustlers, right? But when you get into business, you should be able to think long term. Yes, I'm starting as a hustler now, but what will be this business in the next 10 years, in the next 5 years? That's what I'm saying. We all start as hustlers, but we need to build something solid that can withstand the test of time and be able to like be a business, a big business in the next 10 years. And that's the mindset that we want to talk about today. A hustle mindset will always think about today's income, but when you have that long-term vision, you'll think about long-term growth. What will I need to do to move from this hustle mentality that I have to building a business that is long-lasting? Then number two, when you're a hustler, I'm giving you the difference so that you can change your mindset. If you're going to be continuing a hustler or you're building a business that is workable. Number two, the owner does everything. We all start there. Where when you're an owner, you start as an accountant, you're the marketer, you're the communication person. What else do we do in our businesses? When you're starting, we are everything, right? Are we together? Yes. We're everything. So, but now, for you to build that business that is long-term, have in your mind that you need to start building systems and processes that will work for you. Sawa sawa. When you talk about systems and processes, is when the business starts picking up, you start hiring a marketing person. In a very short, like right now, we are in a space where people can even work remote, so you don't need to like get someone fully in your office, but someone can work wherever they are. We're in a space where you can even have fractional services. Like if you are in business and you cannot be able to hire a full-time accountant. I'm so sure you can get someone who can actually put 1 hour every week and you pay as per that fraction. That is where now the workplace is moving towards, where someone can do fractional services from one person to another, from one company to another. So even as an entrepreneur, think that way. If your business starts speaking, do not think that you need to hire a whole-time, full-time person. Think like, can I get a fractional service where I can pay as per the work that they will do, so that you don't spend a lot of money. Another mentality for hustle is money is spent immediately. Where you receive money, unaitumia zote. But when you're building a business that is withstanding the test of time, it is planned. Any money is planned. Any money you receive in the business is planned and reinvested back. Where you use a certain formula, for example, you say every money that I receive, the profit that I receive, 20% will go back to the business. You either save that money so that you can reinvest back into the business, depending with how profitable your company is. But make sure that you set aside money to reinvest back. And then the last mentality for hustle is there is no record keeping. unauza lakini unajua unauza 100,000, lakini when you look at the records, there is nothing recorded. And I'm going to talk about how now you can be able to separate your income and the business income. But when you're building a business, you have proper financial records. Let me tell you, you do not have to go sophisticated to like get it assisted by a system. It's as simple as getting that counter book, writing sales, writing expenses, as simple as that. That is record keeping. Whether it's in a book or a notebook, that is record keeping. So, as you're starting your business, do not think that you have to get a whole system for you to have records. No, start by just having a counter book. Kuna kuwa na ile counter book yenye kuna debit and credit, right? You can use that. If you don't understand the debit and credit, write sales, the other side, right? Expenses. As simple as that. That is record keeping. That's when now you're moving from being a hustler to building a business. So a hustle will generate you income, but a business will create wealth that can now build that business from that small one to become big. And I'm so sure that people who have built very big businesses, we've seen them out here exhibiting. Please take time to find out what they did, how they were able to build that business from the small scale. And the director said they are willing to help you and support you. Find time to get those questions answered. Because in my training, I might not give a lot of experiences, but it's good to get that one-on-one touch. If you have time, please do it. The question is, do you want to own the job or do you want to build a business that can grow even without you? That's the question that I'm throwing to you. I do not need an answer. Ask yourself, do you want to own the job? Because if you're still an entrepreneur that does everything, it means that wewe uko kazi. Umejiandika kazi. You're not an entrepreneur. You're not building a business. But if you're an entrepreneur that can even be able to build something like have systems with time, you start as a hustler but you're able to build something stronger, then you're not in the job. But that's the question that you ask yourself today. Now let's talk about separating your personal income and your business income. So when you have money as a business, when you're a hustler, of course you mix both business money and personal money. I'll give you an example. Like for me, I am an author as well, so of course I get money from different ventures because I'm a consultant. So what normally happens, I have decided that this channel, all the books that the money that I get from the books, I have a pay, I have a till number, and I have. If someone tells you I want to pay you, they can pay you with purchase, that is, I'm going to transfer to a till number. Separate from what I receive as a person. When it comes to consultancy, it has its own account. When it comes to my agribusiness, it has its own bank account. Why am I telling you this? Do not consolidate everything into one basket because you will mix up. I normally give an example of our friends. Because I'm a financial literacy coach and I talk about so much about financial literacy. I normally ask people, how many times has your friend called and told you I want money for? I am in a fix. How many fixes have you solved? We have all solved fixes, right? Now I want to give you an idea of mixing your money with the business money. We all solve fixes every day, right? People are always on emergency. Na mtu atakuonyesha mwaka mzima, but watakuwa emergency and they want money in the next 5 minutes and they will retire in the next 24 hours, right? Am I talking to someone? We are all been in that situation, right? So the danger of mixing your business with that one is you will end up solving people's emergencies and no one will solve your emergencies. So what will happen to your business? It's going to collapse because you're not able to buy your things tomorrow. But if you have a business account separate, it means that you know when someone tells you, I want, please, I'm in a fix, you know you can always say no in a very nice way. Because you don't have the money. That's the money for business, right? So that is why I'm telling you, please, it's very important to separate your money. So if you separate your money, you will be able to know whether your business is making profits. Because you're able to look at your records and see, I have made these sales, have I made profits? And when we talk about getting to know profits, I'm going to talk about it, of course, later in my training because it's part of financial management. How much cash is available for the business? You will always know. So that when you want to negotiate with your suppliers, you want to negotiate with your debtors, you know the status of your company. Because if you're going to negotiate with your creditors, you will know that I have this much amount in my account and I want this kind of goods. So it means that you're able to do what? To negotiate and tell them, can I pay you in 1 month? Because you already know the status of your cash flow. Are we together? Okay, so you will also know whether your business is growing. Some business becomes stagnant, not because the owners do not know. It's because they mixed a lot of money. When someone gives you 100,000 as a personal money, unaweka kwa biashara, unafikia biashara inafanya kazi. Let's separate our income. Sawa. So I want to give you practical tips. Number 1, open a separate bank account or mobile money account. If you do not have the trading documents, like you do not register your company, because I've seen our youth, most of them maybe they do not have structured business, just open a pochi la biashara or a till number linked to your number for your business. Sawa. Number 2, pay yourself a salary. Instead of withdrawing money whenever you need it. For example, I'll give a very simple example which I know the youth can relate. I am in campus and I am thrifting clothes. And when I'm thrifting clothes, I know that's what everyone can understand, right? I'm in Eldoret West. And I'm giving you this example because I was once in Eldoret as a student and I was thrifting clothes like how many years back? 20 years back, oh my God. I was thrifting clothes like 20 years back. But that time hatukuwa na online kama nyinyi sasa hivi. Ilikuwa unapelekea mtu nguo unamwambia niko na nguo. So I'm giving that example so that many youth can relate. So if you're going to West, for example, you're going to buy 100 or 20 skirts. So 20 skirts, you know, you put a margin of 200 or 300 because uko utaenda kuipiga basi vizuri. So ikikuja hapa inakaa fast camera, sio? So utaweka profit ya 200 or 300 there. And when you put that, it means that in that 300, you should be able to know how much will you pay yourself. Out of the 300 per skirt, maybe you tell yourself, I'll pay myself 50 shillings. So you want 50 in inarudi biashara, hii 50 na kujaba. Ama useme najipa 100 per skirt. So for your upkeep, you already have 10 skirts, uko na 1,000 shillings. Hiyo utasurvive ama utasurvive? So utasurvive. Hii pesa ingine weka kwa account ya biashara kama hiyo kuchina biashara uko nayo. So that you don't mix your money. You don't mix your money with your personal money. Number 3, record every business expense. Ukienda West kuleta nguo 10, andika I have bought 10 skirts. I have sold this skirt at this much. At the end of the week, for example, umeuza zote. What does it tell you? It tells you that you made a profit of how much? Maybe 2,000 or 3,000, depending on the margin that you put. Record it. That is the money for business. And then the last, avoid using business money for personal shopping or entertainment. There's some things that can wait. Hakunanga emergency ya kununua nguo. Sawa? Hakunanga emergency ya kununua nguo. Ati lazima ununue nguo juu na trend. Hapana. As a business person, have that mentality that you cannot use the business money to buy for yourself nguo. Hata kama unaenda West, ile profit ya nguo ukikuja ujiuzie hiyo nguo. Ama ujinunulia nunua from your money that you paid yourself. So here we are talking about you need to treat your business like your best customer with discipline, respect, and accountability. That is how you move from being a hustler to building a business. Number 3, why financial discipline is key to business growth. I wish I could move around to get your ideas, but let me just go through it. I have a session that I'll ask you questions, and I hope there's an extra mic. So financial discipline will help you with 5 things, 6 things. It will help you to know whether your business is making a profit. You do not operate in wrong, I'll say in wrong mentality, because you will know exactly that your business is profitable or not. Number 2, you are able to plan for taxes. Say they have come for us left, right, center, right? If you're building a business and you separate your income, you're able to plan for those the taxes that you need to pay. Another one is also you build trust. Right now, by the way, and this is something that you should know. This financial discipline that I'm talking about. Right now, in our country, we're moving from collateral-based lending to trust-based lending. When I talk about trust-based, that's why people understand. Kuna mwanga na level ya your level of trust by the bank. That's why that CRP is very important. Because as a country, we are not now existing on collateral. We are looking at how is your trust. Can your credit score get you a loan in the bank? I don't know in other economies it works. And this is the same thing that Kenya is moving towards. So, you rather start doing financial discipline right now, rather than regretting tomorrow you want to do a big investment, but you cannot get it because of your credit score. Another one is you are able to make informed decisions even in the business. You will get to know when to invest, when to expand, and when to scale down. Why? Because you know that this is the amount of money that I have. Will it be worth it for you to invest right now or not? So those decisions are critical, especially when you're starting in your businesses. And also to be able to grow sustainably. So I'm going to leave you with 5 habits of financial smart entrepreneurs. This one you have to write. Number 1, financially smart entrepreneurs keep records. That's what I talked about. Even the simple as being accountable. Number 2, they follow a budget. I know I've talked about budget, but I have somewhere else I'll talk in the course of the training. And then they separate business money from personal money. Make this as your habit. And then you pay taxes because you're able to plan your money very well. Come away when your product is vertical. You know every 20th of every month you're supposed to pay that tax to carry. VAT is not your money. I'll explain later because I have a session on taxes. And also, you are able to reinvest your profit for growth. That's why I say, when you make profit, you know I'm going to reinvest about 50% of the profit. You put aside. It might look very small, but remember, in every product that you're saving 100 shillings. In the end of the month, you sell 1,000 products. How much will you have? 100,000, right? Are we not in it? 100,000. So what happens? That 100,000 can scale your business from where it is to another level. So the best thing is make sure that you record and you're able to keep something for expansion. Anyone can make sales, by the way. I can also make sales, but successful entrepreneurs know how to manage their money. Those sales generate, meaning that you're able to manage that money that the sales will generate. And financial discipline is what transforms small businesses to big businesses. Sawa. I hope you've taken something home. Now the next one that you want to do is managing your business money. So tomorrow your personal and business money. So once you get this business money, how do you manage it? This is what I call financial management. So, and I want to start with something that I think it's statistically true. That most businesses do not fail because they lack customers. We all lack customers. Kenya kuna watu wangapi? Tumefika 57 million. The population. Now with the age of digital, it means that you have all those customers at your disposal. So making a sale in Kenya is very simple. You can make as many sales as possible. But most businesses fail because they run out of money. They fail to manage their cash flow. So managing business money well is the difference between surviving business and thriving business. Most of us survive mpaka lini? Make sure that you pay everything pesa for 1 month. Hata chai. Unaona ile nyama kutana na Rafiki Street, you met a friend in the street and unaambia je tukunywe chai. Hiyo chai ya plania, sio? Are we together? So I challenge people to pay everything with the pesa. And end of the month, print your statement and see how much you spent in a month. The same thing in your business. record every transaction. Hata kama umekutana na a business, a marketing, you've gone for marketing, now umenunua chai, you've bought tea, please come and record as a business expense. Sawa. It will help you to know if you're making a profit, that one I'm saying. It will help you to know where your money is going. Any record keeping will help you to know where your money is going. It will also help you to know how much your customers owe. When you're a small business, a friend can come in and get something on credit. But if you're not serious, that thing might slip off. Senior, because you don't have the energy to ask that person to reimburse you the money, right? But when you record everything, you will always be reminding them that please you need to pay this debt because I have written somewhere I need to clearly in my notebook. So make sure that you've written it down. And you will know how much you owe your suppliers. If you take something on credit, you come and record it. It means that it will always remind you so that you know you have a good relationship with your suppliers. Remember you need this supplier tomorrow in case you don't have enough cash flow. And it will also help you in terms of taxation. If you're already in that bracket of taxation, it will help you to know how much tax you're supposed to pay. So if you do not keep records, you're managing your business by this one because you cannot control what you do not know. Sawa. So what are these records you're talking about? I've already talked about the sales record, the expenses record, and sales record is what is coming into the business, expenses is what is going out. You also keep your receipts and invoices. And this is something that I need to remind you. Right now, if you do not have ETs, and when you want to file your taxes, KRA will actually say that they don't have any expenses in the system for you. So I challenge you, any business expenditure that you do, please make sure that you obtain an ET's receipt. It will help your business. Make sure that you get an ET's receipt. Kama wewe ni bado ni business on like sole proprietorship. Remember your PIN number is used to even file taxes. Because if you go to somewhere else and you need to buy a particular product, they will ask you for your PIN, even as a person. So every expenses, pena care yako itakusaidia. Sawa. All right. So we go to stock records. If you're a person with stocks, you go buy 20 scarves. I'm using that simple explanation. Make sure that you record. You also need to record your suppliers and your customers. Let me tell you why recording your customers is very important. Because these customers it's always very easy or less expensive to maintain a customer than getting a new customer. It's very expensive to get a new customer. But if you are maintaining a regular customer, you will not need to market again because this person knows you. So once you record your customers very well, you are able to even give them incentives. Those customers that buy from you give them incentive. That makes your customers come back for you, right? So I want to give you a practical tip. You do not need very expensive software. Just the way I said, you just need a simple notebook or an Excel sheet or a simple bookkeeping app is enough. As long as records are updated regularly, even if it's a notebook. Let's talk about budgeting and cash flow management. That part has been understood, right? But I'll try my best to get pointers for you so that Dennis and the rest can share with you, or the Eldoret branch can share with you. I'm so sure your details are already recorded. So understanding a budget. A budget is simply a financial plan. I relate budget as resolutions. Though our resolutions expire in February, hii mwaka unajiambia hii mwaka ni yangu, that is resolution. But budget now is the financial part of that. Because a resolution, you can even give a resolution like I want to get married this year. That doesn't have a financial figure right now. But a budget is a financial plan. What are you intending to earn this year? What are you intending to use? And what is the profits that you need to make this year? So it will help you to decide how your money will be earned and it will be spent. So why do you need a budget? And most people say that I don't need a budget because it keeps us controlling me. Budget is not controlling me. Budget will help you control your spending. It will help you plan for your expenses, and it also sets your financial goals. For example, I tell myself, if my business I want to move from being 100,000 value worth of business, I want to move to 1 million. Now, how do you move from here to the other one? If you have a budget, you're able to follow through every month that I have achieved this, I have achieved this, I have not achieved this, what happened that I didn't achieve. Those are the questions that you ask yourself when you have a budget. You do a financial plan. And it is as simple as this year, 2027, I made, you look at your 2026 and tell yourself, 2026 I made 1 million of sales. Now I want to push myself to make 2 million. What do I need to move from this to this? You put structures, and that is how you move. So when you have a financial plan, it will help you avoid unnecessary debts. Because you know, if I don't achieve this sale, that means I don't need to buy more, I don't need to invest more. Because every month you look at your budget and tell yourself, did I achieve this that I looked at it? And when you do a budget for 1 year, break it down to months or quarters, so that you are able to look every quarter, look at your budget. Did I achieve what I wanted to achieve? No. What happened? Sawa. And also that budget will help you even manage your cash flow. And what is a cash flow? Cash flow is the movement of money. Whatever comes in and whatever moves out of the business. Because profit is never good. Profit is not like profit can be a paper money. But really cash flow is now the money that's coming and left the business. That is cash flow. So we have cash inflows and cash outflows. So what is cash inflows? That is the sales, the customer payments, loans, investments. Those are cash inflows. What is cash outflows? Rent, salaries, stock purchase, transport costs, utilities, and investment that you like paying money to invest in. Like for example, when I talk about investment can be cash inflows and cash outflows at the same time. Because cash inflows, what do you receive from investment? You receive interest, for example. You have invested in a company. One company in a pipeline shares. You can invest in stock exchange. You buy shares, you get dividends. So that dividends is now investment income. And investment also can be a cash outflow because you know your shares, you give out money out of the company. So that becomes a cash outflow. So investment has two sides, inflows and outflows. So what keeps your business alive is the cash flow that you manage. If you have cash, one another cash is king, not profit. So long as you have cash, you can make decisions, right? You can make the best decisions for your business. A business may be profitable, that is on paper. The way I said it, profit is on paper. But struggle to pay the customers every month, daily money, and uses enough money to pay them for expenses. And that is how I say cash is king. So whatever you do in your business, make sure that your money inflows and outflows is well controlled, so that there is no leakage. So I'll give you some tips that you use to manage your cash flow. Number one, you prepare a monthly budget. You prepare the whole year's budget, but break it down into monthly. And then monitor your income and expenses regularly. If there is any red flag, please flag it and investigate it. So that you know where your money is going. Follow up on customer payments properly. Kama kuna shida cash flow, then it means that you need to negotiate more with your customers to pay properly and negotiate more with your creditors to give you more time to pay. I don't know if you understand that part. Because when your customer sees your time, you need cash in here. That is money that you receive. Negotiating with your creditors for longer period means that you're not giving out, you're not dishing out early. So you have enough money to plan for your business. So how do you get this profit that I talk about, that you need to make profit? Make sure that before setting your selling price, you know how much that product costs. And when you talk about product costs, it is all expenses that surround or bring that product from where it is to your premises. If you're running a shop, a clothes shop, for example, and you put clothes from China, expect the cost of that clothes is not the cost that you bought it in China. The cost of buying that clothes is plus the freight charges, plus the cost from transporting, for example, I know maybe airport cargo comes here, but if you're receiving in Nairobi, plus that cost of going for the product to Nairobi, that is a cost for that one cloth. So the cost is not on the purchase price. So make sure that you know the exact cost of production, cost of bringing that product to your premise. And what are the operating expenses? Operating expenses are the expenses that you pay your salesperson, you pay your employees, those are operating expenses. So ask yourself, what profit do you make at the long term? So the profit is the selling price, what have you sold. So it will be the selling price minus the total cost. That is the cost of bringing that product and the operating expenses. Everything plus that, you get your profit. So when setting your price, make sure that you really know the total cost of this selling product, and then you add your desired profit. Most people will use 30%. Most people will just say that we are doing 33% or 37%, depending on how your business is. You set a profit margin that is workable for you. Sawa. So before you set that profit, make sure that you know how much expenses are you incurring before you set that I'm going to sell that product at this. For example, you bought 100 clothes. You have to look at the rent of the premise. Look at the cost of that person selling and the cost that every cost that relates to that product. And then now you put your desired profit margin that you want, and then set the selling price. So, I really want to give you an example, but I will not give you. So never sell below the total cost, just make a sell. Do not compromise that because you will be selling at a loss. Sawa. So make sure that you calculate that before you move. And every sale should contribute to your business growth. I said, set aside money so that you can grow your business, even if it's that 100 shillings. Set it aside from the profit that you're getting. And when you set that money aside, make sure that you save and reinvest back to the business. Because many businesses remain small because they did not reinvest that money. Instead, I'm making a profit of 100,000, I need to reward myself. How many people do that? I also made those mistakes. I'm a finance person, but I made those mistakes when I was starting. When I was starting, I told you I started this business 20 years ago. Because I was thrifting clothes when I was in college. Here in Eldoret, before I moved to Nairobi. So, we have all made that mistake. Unauza kitu, you make enough money, but what do you do? Unajiambia nataka kujirudishia shukrani. How do we do that? We go to tunaenda wapi? KFC. Where do you go? Kujirudishia shukrani. You end up using that money without thinking about your business. Use the money that you bring yourself to return to yourself. Do not use the money for business. So, what are the smart ways to invest? Buy better equipment for your production, increase your stock, improve your marketing. Those are investing to invest back to the business. Train yourself and your employees, capacity building, and that is why I told you that I sit in one of the committees, one of the babies of in the steering committees in the National Chamber of Commerce, where we bring you trainings that will help you improve yourself and also lead you to opportunities that are available in the market. Are you investing to train yourself as an entrepreneur? At least you have someone you can train. You can also adopt technology that improves efficiency. You can also adopt AI. I know most people are very fearful of AI. utaibiwa pesa. That's a different story to discuss, because AI is actually very good for your business. If you adopt AI, it will increase efficiency and it will increase, in the long run, it's going to increase your productivity. So, as you do that, you're investing and investing into the business. Don't forget one thing. Build a cushion. Build a buffer. That means that you have money set aside for emergencies in your business in case something happens. We all know what happened in COVID. Some of you were still in school. You might not have understood, but the business people who are in the space already knows what happened that time. We had many businesses closing shop, right? Because there's no one to come out to buy from them. And that's why now we're doing everything online. COVID taught us that. If COVID didn't come, probably we would still be very traditional business. So exactly, put aside some money out of all the savings that you're making. Make sure that you have something in case an emergency comes in. So save for emergencies, save for business expansion, and save for future opportunities. Saving only is not only for expansion. It can either be for the three things that I've mentioned. So investing in how small businesses become big. If you want to build a big business, and that's why I started having a hustle mentality and a business mentality. If you want to build a bigger business, then you need to invest back to your business. It will help you build something bigger. You notice within 1 year you're not able to manage the sales, so you need a marketing person. The customers are coming many, so that is when now you delegate some duties as an entrepreneur. You don't do everything yourself. So in conclusion, I want us to talk about the 5 habits financial smart people do. I think I talked about it as well, but I want to cover that part to that as well. Keep accurate financial records, work with the budget and monitor your cash flow, price your products and services for profits, not only for sales. And we make many mistakes. Our friends will come in. When I negotiate at the buying price or at the cost, because they are your friends. Separate friendship with business. I normally tell people, my money does not know you. I am your friend, but my money and my business do not know you. Exactly that you need to do, because that is where we lose a lot of money as entrepreneurs, and especially when you're starting. Because you expect your friends to support you, but they will not support you, they'll come and negotiate. Afadhali hata uzie a stranger. Sawa. Have that mentality. Always remember, even if you don't take something home today, remember, your money and your friends are not the same. I am your friend, but my money and my business is not your friend. Sawa. So sales will bring money to the business, but good financial management determines whether that money creates growth or simply disappears. So what happens once you make a lot of business, you have a lot of customers, what happens? KRA will come knocking and they tell you, Mr. So we noticed that you make a lot of sales. So what do we need from you? We need taxes. And taxes is not a bad thing. So I want to raise that mentality that taxes is bad. It's not a punishment. So when you hear that word, tax, what comes to your mind? Some people will say punishment. No. Huh? What else did you say? It's complicated. That's the way you kill. Mwingine anasema nini? Hey, siwezi. Just people like human like you. People work in care, it's not only systems. Someone else says that taxes are very expensive. Someone else will say what? Taxes for big business, women is small person. But care will knock into your door. What are easy? With eatings and everything. Right now you can't supply any corporate organization without eating receipt or an invoice. How you run away from KRA? You need to embrace and learn how to manage your taxes. So taxes are not meant to punish business, they are part of running a legitimate business. Understanding your taxes obligations will help you avoid penalties. It will also help you build credibility, because when you go to the bank to ask for loan, they'll ask for tax, clearance certificate. Sindio? Compliance certificate. Those things are there. And it also helps you to unlock opportunities such as financing. Talked about financing. These government tenders, you cannot supply government if you don't have. If you're not tax compliant. And you also need to invest. If you have to invest, you need your tax certificate. So why are taxes very important for an entrepreneur? Tax is mandatory contribution paid to government to fund public services such as roads, infrastructure, healthcare, affordable housing, security, all those things. And the good thing with taxes is you see what is working. You can't tell me that you don't see what your taxes are working. There's a lot of developments right now, even Eldoret in a city. You see a lot of things happening. We have roads being made. There's a lot of things that's happening. So for you, even as a person, you're proud that at least you're seeing there's a bit of citizenry. That you see something that your taxes are working. But you see someone who says taxes is not good because it's helping some people. But you see these are some activities. If you want to use the hospital, if you want to use the national fund, at a lower cost or use SHA. Because that's 500 pay for SHA, for example, is not capable to do that. So why we're paying taxes is to be able to use the utilities the government provide for other utilities that we need, even the education. Our children are public school. So taxes are the ones that subsidize that money. So taxes are very important. And it will help you to operate legally, it will help you to avoid penalties, it will help you to qualify for government and corporate tenders, it will build credibility with banks and investors, and it will also position your business for long-term growth. So paying taxes is not just a legal obligation, it is an investment on your business's credibility. I'm going to talk about the kind of taxes that you need as an entrepreneur, and what do you need to do to get into that tax register. Number one, obtain a KRA PIN, and I know most people have a KRA PIN right now because you can't even open an account, a bank account without KRA PIN. Come on, Rudy 2, and it's free of charge. No one will charge you to open a KRA PIN. You just go online and register and get your PIN. Register your business with relevant authorities. Number one, go to eCitizen and register your business as a business entity. It's as simple as that. And not people will tell you registration or becoming compliant is very expensive. It's not expensive. It's as simple as just going to eCitizen and registering it. And you understand the taxes that apply to your business. And that's why I'm going to talk about the 3 types of taxes that are relevant to your business, especially when you're starting. I'm not going to talk about the customer and the rest, no. I'm just going to talk about 3 that are relevant to your business. And then it also helps you to keep proper records, and also you need to file your returns on time, even when there is no taxable obligation. You file nil returns. So we have 3 types of taxes which I want to discuss. We have something called turnover tax. Turnover tax, which should pay businesses with annual gross turnover of over 1 million and not exceeding 25 million. So the tax rate is 1.5 on gross monthly sales, and you pay 20th day of every month. These are for the businesses that are not. This I said for to make compliance easier for small businesses, because the bigger businesses are not yet the rest. So instead of calculating the tax based on profit, qualifying businesses pay a small percentage of their total sales each month. This makes it easier for you to comply with KRA. Number 2 is VAT. What is VAT? It's annual, it's value-added tax. That is businesses with taxable sales of over 5 million. You have to register for VAT. Businesses below this threshold may actually register, but it is voluntary. So what is VAT? It's a consumption tax. Like if you set your price as 250 shillings, so you now add the VAT on top of that. So that is not your money. It is the government money, not your money. That's why VAT doesn't really affect your business because if you're selling to someone who's vertical, they're going to claim that VAT from KRA. Sawa. So what happens? You register when you have sales of 5 million. And it's collected every month. And these businesses that charge VAT on taxable sales, that's output VAT, can also deduct VAT paid on eligible business purchase, that is input VAT, then the remit, the difference to KRA. So you see, KRA wanataka hiyo VAT ongeza on top of your profit. So it's not affecting your profit in any way. And you file every 20th of every month. So if, for example, you register for VAT because you have sales one time of 5 million, and when we look at next month, which are make sales, there's an option to do nil returns if you've not made sales. Sawa. So, but make sure if you have already registered for VAT, ensure that you file that returns, whether you made sales or not, every month, so that you are compliant. VAT is not your business money. The way I said, set your profit, set your selling price, and then just add on VAT. You collect it from your customers on behalf of government, and you remit KRA after claiming allowable input VAT. You collect the output VAT and claim the input VAT. So whatever you're giving out to government is the difference. The next one is pay as you earn, who should deduct any business that employs staff whose earnings are subject to PAYE. Is required to deduct PAYE from employees' salaries and wages and remit to KRA. PAYE is income deducted from employee salary, so it's not your money, it comes from employee salary. So if you're paying your employee 30,000, you're mandated to deduct the PAYE. So what do you need to do as a business? Register as an employer in KRA, calculate the correct PAYE, and deduct the PAYE from employee salary. And you're lucky, there's so many online places you can actually calculate the tax. You don't need to get a very complicated system as a business person. You can go to, there's something called, you just go online. There's a way you can calculate the taxes, even if you're using Excel to pay your customer, your salaries. Just go online, calculate the tax, and put in that Excel. There are free places you can calculate online, just Google it. And remit the deducted at the remit of 9 of every month. And if you pay salaries for, we are now in July, right? You have to remit that PAYE in August. That's 9 of every, the next month. So make sure that you file your returns on time. Corporate tax, you file on 30th June, that's the deadline for filing your returns. And filing returns right now, if you do not require an ETM receipt, you will not be able to claim your expenses as allowable. And that's why I say any business that you're doing, and especially you know that you're selling your product to a corporation or a government entity where they will request for an ETM receipt. Any other expenditure that you make, ensure that you also get ETM receipt. So that when it comes to filing, KRA recognizes that yes, this company did make expenses, so it becomes part of allowable expenses. You're also reducing your stress, because when you want to file, the system will not allow you to file unless you do what? You come back and say, I bought things that I was not giving it in receipts. So you come back and attach those receipts, scan and attach it together. But if you're able to get it in receipts, it will solve your problems. So develop good habits by keeping your records throughout the year, marking filing deadlines in your notebook, or have somewhere in your office that you know the timelines for filing. And make sure that you file your returns. Right now, you can even get a fractional accountant or a tax expert that can help you. Engage experts so that you don't get yourself into more penalties and you could fit into your business rather than paying that other person 20,000 and they're able to sort you out one time. So common mistakes that entrepreneurs do that you need to avoid before I go to the next one is mixing personal and business money that I have talked about, failing to record records, waiting until filing deadline to organize records. You go to KRA on 30th or 20th, from 20th June. Those people who file for companies. You go to KRA, the system is jammed. Do you know why it's jammed? Because everyone is rushing to file. Yet, we had our whole time to make the filing. From 1st January to 30th June. But how many people filed on 20th of June? Wangapi? Normalize filing listings on time. Engage a consultant early enough so that you have all your records filed. Ignoring KRA notices. Kuna mtu anatakiwa reminder na KRA. You cannot ignore. Afadhali hata uende hiyo ofisi ya KRA na usikie what they want. Because you never know. That could attract more penalties. They're giving you a time to go and explain yourself. So do not ignore. And assuming businesses, as small businesses, do not have tax obligation. In future, they're going to get your records back and say that they assume that is all your income. Nani aliona KRA walisema if you don't file your taxes, KRA will file for you. And how will it file for you? How will KRA file for you? They use your records, right? They cannot change your records if you want. Even your person they can get. So the point is ensure that you find your records. Because by filing, you're explaining to KRA how you got your income and how you spend it. But if you don't file, the system is going to be sophisticated. That can use even other records. Anyway, that's a story for another day. So the best practices, keep financial records, save all your business documents. Make sure that your business documents are not destroyed, at least for 7 years. Sawa. Because the KRA should come and tell you, in 2021, 2026, in 2021, when you claim you lose 1 million, now can claim expenses. What happened? I'll give you a scenario. I have a client that I am filing taxes for. And how this client came to me is because it was through a referral. This client has gone through stress. And the stress that you're going through, I'm sharing this so that you know that you are also vulnerable to these losses that you do not know. So this client is selling a lot. I'm not going to talk about the industry she's doing, but she's selling a lot. To a tune of 12 million every month. So before KRA became smart, the accountant then was fighting for him. Of course, input VAT, output VAT was balancing. It had a negative, very big negative. But every month he was generating a payment slip of something they call partnership tax of 60,000, 70,000. So this guy anamwambia unanilipa nilipe KRA for a period of 2 years. This guy is paying fictitious taxes. Calculate for 2 years. Between 50,000 and 70,000. And I appreciate the chamber for organizing this training because this will open your mindset. And know that even out there, you're vulnerable as a business person. Everyone is in business to make money. So this accountant has been stiffening this man for a period of 2 years. Every month, analipa pesa ya taxes for filing his taxes. Probably another 30,000, and another fictitious tax of 50 to 7,000 every month. Is that something very rich? So what happened? When now I went in, we had changed every password. We changed it because he had put everything to get it to him, not the entrepreneur. So we changed everything to him, and now we are able to control that because I'm saying this entrepreneur. Then it means he has to really file all those taxes. Because now, let's find changing so that when it comes in, they can notice the difference from the time he became professional and that time. You can even try and But you see, if you continue this way, every month you're paying that money. Only for me to go through the system and not all those payments slips for fictitious because it expires at some point. All of them like the system. Looks very genuine. So from someone who not understand that whatever he's doing is actually wrong, you don't understand your rights as an entrepreneur, someone can take advantage of you. Sawa. So understand your tax responsibilities. Take time to understand those taxes. And seek guidance from professionals when needed. So So tax compliance is not about the size of your business, it's about the mindset of the entrepreneur. Businesses that embrace financial discipline, meet their tax obligations, they build trust, and they attract opportunities and position themselves for growth. So once you do all these things in your business, what's next in your business? Now position yourself for growth. And how do you position yourself for growth? I hope you've noticed how I've gone down from the mindset, from the first time that I talked about financial management, financial literacy, like your personal money, that is the mindset, and also we move to financial management, we move to taxes, and now once you do all these things correctly, you now have your business to grow. Sawa. So how do you grow your business? And that's what we want to talk about, preparing your business for growth. Every entrepreneur wants their business to grow, right? But growth doesn't happen by chance. It happens by preparation. Banks do not lend to ideas alone. Investors do not invest in passion. They invest in customers. They invest in your well-managed business, financially organized, and ready for opportunity. And that's why I said, right now we are moving from the lending is going to be risk-based. I think the word is risk-based lending. Risk-based lending is looking at your track record as an entrepreneur. That is what the bank will use to make decisions. So we are now in a space where you have to make sure that the financial discipline is very important. So how do you position yourself for growth? Financial records that attract lenders and investors is one of the things that you really need to do as a person. They will ask, when investors come to you and or a bank, or you go to the bank to ask for a loan, what would they ask you? Number one, how much does the business make? If you didn't have records, what will happen? You don't know. Number two, is your business profitable? Remember a loan that you're giving. They are giving you a loan and they're using your future profits to pay them. So what are the questions to ask? Is your business profitable? If you do not keep records, will you know? Will you know your business is profitable? No. Number three, can you repay the loan? That's what comes to cash flow. Whatever we just discussed. Number four, how is your cash flow? That cash flow management, cash flow projection will actually inform if you are able to pay the loan. And then the last is, can you prove your business performance? Is your business as a going concern? Am I on vacation? Those are the things that investors will ask. Because what I advise people is, even as you build your business, you should be open-minded enough to have people investing into your business. Because you can stay small, but you cannot get an investor who can actually pick you from where you are to a bigger level. Why not, right? So for you to get these things, you have to prepare yourself. And some of the financial records you need to do, sales records, we talked about it, expense records, cash flow, bank statements, tax compliance records, and basic financial statements. That is the income statements and the cash flow statements. Those are the two things. I know when it comes to maybe balance sheet, it's important, but those are the two things that is very critical for a lender or an investor. The cash flows and the income statements. So good financial records will build trust, but trust will attract funding. And how do you build trust? By making sure that you have correct financial statements. And sometimes you need, you might not do for long the keeping records where you need to use as a book. You will need as a system. You can use as a digital tool for keeping or budgeting. Technology right now is all over, and you can get many tools online that you can use to improve your accuracy. Number one tool that you can use is Excel. So you move from the notebook that you talked about to now Excel, where you will be recording everything. And in Excel you can put formulas and the rest. It's easy to learn. Go to a college and learn about Excel. Number two, you can also invest in an accounting software for invoicing and bookkeeping. We have many free ones that I can give you an example. I know one that is free resource for you it's called Zoho. As you're starting, go to Zoho. They give you a free plan that you can start. Simply record your things. This is an app, it's called Zoho. Zoho has a free plan. Just try and put it. And there are so many others that have free plans for you as a small entrepreneur. You also use your mobile money statement to monitor transactions. The way I say, what I tell people on financial literacy, personal training on financial literacy. Use 1 month your mobile wallet. Use your M-Pesa. It will cost you a bit of expenses because it's going to charge when we pay everything on M-Pesa. But it's worth it because at the end of the month, you're able to print that statement and ask yourself, how much have I used in the month? You might notice that you're using 90% of your money, or even 100%, or even 115. So you're actually operating on debt. That will actually bring you back to the drawing board and say, what do you want to achieve as a person? So use mobile money so that you can get the statements. And also we have AI-powered tools to organize expenses, generate reports, and support budgeting. In Chamber Business Academy, we have a training on smart businesses, which I think it will come out very soon. So watch out so that you can learn more about AI and how to manage your business better. So technology will not of course replace your good financial habits. Don't think that when you get technology, your habits go to the shelf. No. It's actually strengthening your habits as a person. AI or the technology tools will help you. So what happens after that? You build a financially stable business. So a financially sustainable business is one that can sustain and survive challenges and continue growing. What are the 4 habits of sustainable businesses? 4 habits. Number 1, you manage your cash flows carefully. Those are things that we just discussed earlier, right? So when I talk about cash flows, you know what I mean. Managing your inflows and outflows. Number 2, you reinvest your profits to grow the business. And that's why I say, as simple as selling that small thing. Get 100 shillings, put aside. When you save 100 products or 1,000 products, you already have 100,000. So what happens? You can reinvest back your profit into the business. Continue learning. Do not give up. Continue learning and adapting market changes. Right now, the market is very disruptive. There's a lot of changes. There's a lot of consumer preferences that really change. So it's you to take time to train yourself to understand what is happening in the market. Or else, someone else will come. I'll give an example of coffee millionaires. Coffee millionaires got to what will happen, and they took advantage of that disruption. When everyone else is actually crying that their business is closing, we still have coffee millionaires, right? We all know there's someone who made a lot of money during COVID. Either way or another, we have coffee millionaires. But how many people closed shops during COVID? Many, right? So you need to learn how market trends are going so that you're able to take advantage of those market trends that are happening. So now you need to think beyond making quick profits and focus on creating long-term value for your customers. So a successful business is not measured by how much money it makes, but it is ability to grow, adapt, and remain profitable over the time. So financial discipline, this is what I'm going to leave you with because I'm actually doing the conclusion right now, and I'm going to open this for your questions and answers. If you have a question, you're free to ask after I finish the conclusion. So financial discipline, proper record keeping, and tax compliance and continuous learning are building blocks for successful businesses. When you manage your business finance very well, you don't just prepare for growth, you position your business to access finance, to attract investors, to seize new opportunities, and build lasting wealth. Success in business is not just about working hard. It is about managing your money wisely, staying compliant, embracing technology, and making decisions today that secure your business tomorrow. That is all I have today. Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you have any questions, kindly you can raise your hand, then I can answer it before I go sit down. Thank you very much for listening. I saw many people wrote and writing and putting down notes. I hope it's going to help you in your businesses. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was great. That was great. Do you have a question for her to respond? Because I don't expect that such a long training can miss a question. Yes, there's a question there. Please assist with the microphone. Someone? Yeah. Another one? So that you remember 2, 3, 4. Here we go. Start with one here.
Good morning. My name is Warren. I saw somewhere that one can claim rental expenses. I don't know whether you're aware, and if you're aware, can you please explain to us how one can do that so that you can reduce such care costs? Thank you.
All right. Let me answer that standalone because I did talk about rental taxes here, but I'll talk about that. Any tax that carrier is charging, there's something called allowable expenses and disallowable expenses. There's a threshold that accepts you to claim expenses. So carrier would come for you the total, especially if you're in commercial, you have to do less allowable expenses and then now pay all the profits if you're in commercial. But if you're on rental, you see that is very simplified because they charge very simple rental tax and that. You don't have to do other calculations for you. But you see, for commercial purpose, you have to charge it, for example, so you have to do all those calculations, and then now less the allowable expenses, and then now tax the profit. So it's depending which rental income you're talking about is when now we can talk about it. Commercial or residential?
I am not somehow satisfied with that answer because the question was in the sense that I have a business, right?
Yes. Oh, rental income in business, not the rental tax.
Okay, let me just explain how it is. I have a business and it has a situation close somewhere whereby in that business we pay for a house and that rent that we incur is part of our expenses. Now we claim that expense to carry.
Okay, I understand. So that rental expense is an allowable expense. So you charge it to yourself as an operating expense. So whatever you pay to carry now your annual tax will be the difference of that is the profitability. Remember, taxes is on the profit, right? Yeah, so that is when we use it as an allowable expense. Rental expenses, so long as it's directly in the business, then it means that you can use it as an allowable expense. It will reduce your profit. Yeah, I actually got your answer, your question as rental tax. So I think that one I explained to help someone else. All right.
Hi. I'm Emmanuel, a student at Square Catholic University. I have 3 questions for you. If my customer are in different countries, what tax should I be aware of? The second one, how does VAT apply to digital products and subscription? The third question is, at what stage should a business move from sole proprietorship to a limited company?
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll start with the last one, which is very simple. At what point would you move from a sole proprietor to a business? Anytime. Because it's still the same thing that you're doing. Because the sales will come into as a sole proprietor. If you move to a limited company, it's still the sales of the company. The only difference is that as a sole proprietor, the business and yourself are one thing. The mistakes you make in the business will still impact on you. So it means that any non-compliance will still impact on you as a person. So limited now separate legal entity. the business can do its own decisions, and you do your other things. So anytime, businesses even start as limited company as they register the first. You don't have to go through and say have to do a business name first and move to a limited company. When it comes to your international person, so it depends on the regime that you're supplying and the taxes that are there in that regime. Because Kenya, we have our own tax regime, right? You go to Uganda, they have their own tax regime. Like for Uganda, they're charging you just 18%, right? So it means that if you're going to buy from Uganda, your VAT expense will be how much? 18%. So the point is, when you go to different countries, they have different regimes that they follow. But before you venture your business into that, get enough knowledge about taxes in that country. So it's more of making sure that you have knowledgeable, make sure that you capacity build yourself. Get to know what usually happens when you supply that company, on that country, or receipts from that country. There were three questions. The other one was VAT. We have answered that. There's one about VAT.
How did VAT apply to the digital product subscription?
I know, what do I say? When you receive, like for example, the Facebook page, that's a digital product, right? You're earning income from Facebook. They will charge you, what is it called, professional, there's a tax that is called, the 5%, it's called, getting lost. So they charge some taxes, because any money that you get, they have to charge. But for VAT, it depends on different categories of digital products that you're selling. But I know most of the digital that happens is when you're using, when you're receiving income from digital spaces, right? So that's when they charge you a professional fee of 5%. But that's when you have claimed, when you're filing your taxes, it becomes part of your income. So it means that you have to talk about it. Because right now, Facebook, when they pay you, they charge you, they request for your paid certificates. That's a digital product. But it depends the other products, is vatable or not vatable. Yeah. But if you're selling digital products, maybe we can read through and see is it part of the vatable product or not. If it's vatable, you have to claim VAT every month. If you're vatable. If you're not vatable yourself as a business, if you're not in VAT threshold, then that becomes an expense for you. You do not need to file it because you're not part of that VAT. Unless you are earning more than 5 million, that's when you register for VAT. And that VAT will now help your business, because whatever you're buying with VAT, you do the difference. So it means that you have input and output to that tax. But if you're not in that threshold, VAT will not help you. It is an expense in your business. Umelewa? If you're not in VAT threshold, you're not vatable as a business. It means that you cannot claim that VAT. So it means that it becomes an expense. If you buy at 100,000 as VAT, that is the expense that you put it into your calculation for profit. But if you are vatable, it means that you only pay the difference in input and output VAT.
Let's get to from this side.
Let's get two from this side. The here is a lady. That's here.
Good morning. My name is Felix. I have preparation and one academic. Okay. How do I survive as a startup to last 4 to 7 years without failing? Should I start more business to sustain a failing business? How can I abstain from rounding figures of success without considering the step to success? And then explain to us. Never leave money on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I love the question because that is exactly what we talked about today. In summary, you've actually summarized everything. So as I answered to summarize everything we talked about, because everything is about mindset. What is the reason why you started your business? And that's why sometimes people motivate to come and tell you, always remember your why. Why did you start a business in the first place? That should keep you going, right? That's why I say passion will keep you going. But what will sustain you as a business? Financial discipline. If you're able to work, let me tell you, we have many people that start very big, but they still crumble down. And I normally give an example. We are all startups, for example. But there's a startup that is not a startup. I'll give you an example. If Dr. James Mwangi gives Equity Bank startup business right now, is that a startup really? Can you call that a startup? No, because it's already very, very seasoned, and you know whatever he's getting into, he knows the success rate is 99%. Sindio? And sometimes people buy into that vision of James Mwangi. So as an entrepreneur, build yourself. Capacity, build yourself. Do not remain stagnant. And right now, with the changing environment, you need to learn what is happening, market trends, so that you know how to change. I'll say to Kidogo, you have already a passion and you have a vision for yourself. But as businesses grow, things change, right? And I don't mean that when your business you see that it's going down, you start another one. In Kenya, we are very good in that. We sell umbrellas when it's raining. We sell tops when it's quite senior. That's a half mentality. Because you never grow in that. And that's how I'm answering the second question. Do I build more businesses to sustain myself? No. Build one business until it turns on. You put processes and structures, move to the next one. And sometimes there's a difference between building different revenue streams and businesses and building 20 businesses. There's value. I'll give you a very good example in my consultancy. Let me use myself as a consultant. I have 3 streams of income, right? I have taxation, I have finance management, and I have training. I'm giving an example. I have training. Now, I am building myself as a sustainability expert. What other things can I offer to the market? Sustainability. That is not another business, right? Have I built another business? No. Now, as a business person, who can grocery. If the other day there's someone coming to ask for cabbage, now cabbage. What does that tell you? You already have a business line. Will you make more profit? Yes. Will you have started another business? No. Demand answer yes. The point is, build one business. Build different revenue streams in the same business. But make sure that business is grown enough to sustain itself. It means that it can run itself without you being in the business. Now build another business. So, and when you do that, you build now structures, you put systems. It means that you have a CEO, you have a chairman of your company. Move, build another one. There's no harm. You can still build another one you're doing this. So long as this other one is moving, it's not closing down. You're not in the business of building this one and closing this one and building another one. No. That will not help you to build a sustainable business. The last one. Never leave money on the table. I say it. Never sell if it cannot cover your costs. Make sure that by the time you're going to that table, you already know what is the minimum I can sell. Sawa. What is the minimum I can sell? So by the time you calculate your selling price, since unatengeneza all costs, put your desired profit and then get your selling price. But here you're in the table and shifting and then in your mind you know what is the minimum I can take. Minimum you can take is the break even. Like you can sell when you're not making profit. Does that make sense? No. Even if it's something small, you already know in your mind that I cannot sell with low earning shillings. I'd rather leave that money on the table than sell at 90 shillings because it's impacting my business. But it depends. It's which kind of business. For service industry, sometimes you don't need money on the table because the service is yourself. Senor, you don't need money. But the point is make sure that you know what minimum level you can go. So that you don't need money, yet it falls between the acceptable level. But when you're in your business, You're not making any business sense if you're not selling profit. Know that. I know we talk about sustainability, but even if that's sustainability, like now we have to look at triple three profit, we have triple three bottom line. It means that if you look at the profit, very important, people, very important, and the environment, that is the planet. Even if we talk that profit is not to future. So profit is there. Is the lifeline of the business. I'll talk about it because if you're not you're not making any small profits, you're not in business. Own a passion. Sawa. All right. Thanks. The last question. Ladies, where are you? Because I think I've answered for men. I know.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I have a question. I know that you answer a bit about that. I want the tips because when we are in business and you don't have another financial sources, it is not how I can say impossible that you cannot touch the money when we need it. So what is something to avoid this?
Yeah, I understand you. And I say we all start as hustlers. Even if I started as a hustler, I started my consultant in 2018. But I was asking, in LinkedIn, the way you say everything you do, and you're professional. I never featured anywhere for 5 years. From 2018. But I was still doing business as a side hustle. So we all started as hustlers and started to use the money because if this is my only source of income, I need myself to be able to generate tomorrow. Right? So let's do this. As you run your business, you're starting. As you get that small profit that you get from your business, do not touch. Train yourself to touch the capital. As you start, sometimes you start you don't have. You're depending on that. And remember I said, put aside money to pay yourself. Even if that's small capital setting. Put money aside and pay yourself out of the 200 profit. Can I take the entire thing? So that I can save myself. Because if I'm not there tomorrow, this business is not run. Isn't it? Try as much as possible to reduce expenses that goes into your business so that you may make something more to sustain yourself. As you're starting a business, the business and you are the same thing. True or false? So sometimes it's tricky, but just build that small, consistent discipline. Consistency will enable you now to build time. If you get that 100 shillings, put aside maybe 10 or 20. I know I'm supposed to start it. I'm supposed to do this business. Put back 20 shillings, 20 shillings. But make sure that you're consistent with it. With time, as you make more sales, you see that it becomes very easy for you to separate your income and the rest. Number 2, pay yourself a salary. Even if you cannot afford yourself, pay something so that you can sustain yourself. Especially if you know that you're depending solely on that business. That's why you separate e-pesa ya biashara hivi na wacha nikulihi. And you that this is kama mtu anakupigia nipatie emergency, you know it is not your money. You are not giving out. Sawa. Because you are emergency, wakakona na show your emergency. Very few people. So build that financial discipline consistently, even if it's in a very small way. And you don't have to start big to build financial sustainability. Start where you are, start small, and you're going to do that consistently and momentum. With time, you'll be very different from where you are right now. I hope I've answered all the questions. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for her. Wow. Thank you, Frida, for that training that you have given us. And we really appreciate it. Situko sawa. So, these are the trainings that we needed, and Messiah Kesema, like, when you are doing your business, don't forget yourself. But as we want to who just do business, and mtu anashika pesa, but when you look at this person, they look like they have never touched a shilling in their life. So sometimes you don't struggle too much, you die, you leave this money here tukisherekea. Ukipata pesa kidogo, jisaidie kidogo, si ndio? You look like someone who is business. People in business, but they don't look like someone who has money. Na balala unatembea njaa, someone goes for 3 days, zawai kula mwezi mbili, zawai wana nyama hata watoto kwa nyumba. And then you like, I'm in business, I want to save, I want to grow, I want to do this. You cannot grow. Where are you going? Kula baba na kuonekana kwa vizuri. Then let's have some class for Frida for that one. So we are going to the next program. We are attending to panel discussion, and I saw Nancy Sazama, who is taking us through some of the moderator. But before we get to that, now that you are in business, yesterday I told you that you have a circle that you need to have. You need to save your money. You need to get affordable finances to your business so that it can grow. But you cannot get that unless you join people who are good. Here at the National Chamber, we have a circle, the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry Circle. And this circle is for you, for the hustlers, for the startups, for those who are beginning business. Where you don't need a collateral. Where you need some people to come aside for you. You're looking for someone aside for you. These challenges, the challenges we're getting as startups and young people is to get affordable finance, access to finance. You go to the bank, unaambiwa leta watu wakuje kufanya nini? Kukusaidia. You need collateral, you need what? In Kenya National Chamber, we don't do that. We have a circle where you sit. Your chamber certificate is what we're standing for. It's your collateral. So it is very good for you to join this circle. And my brother just displayed the QR code so that people can start registering. So as you register, there's some things that you need to register for this circle. Your phone, equator, register. You need a passport photo. You need your ID. Maybe you picha vizuri. Iko kwa simu yako. Because this one you can just fill from the phone. You need your carrier pin. And you need your signature. On a plain paper. Andika your signature hapo hivi. Piga picha. Uweke your passport photo, your ID, your pin, your carrier pin, and the signature. Ziweke weka kwa simu. So that when you are filling your form, you will go tayari. Please display. This is our QR code. Please scan it so that you can register for this circle. So I'm told by someone outside here that for those who will be registering today, there's something to find. For those who will register today, there's something to find. So just register for the circle today, and you see me outside there. For any question about the circle, please take the number, write it down so that we can talk. Na tuzungumze juu ya circle. 0725 233 082. 0725 233 082. I'm Dennis Kirwa. So please scan this code. Na umeitoaje mbio? Scan the code. I thought it could be displayed here before we go to the panel discussion. So someone should be calling for me, Nancy Muthoni, the famous Nancy of Property Show, who will be leading us through the panel discussion. Please display the QR code because the list of people. Okay. So before we enter into our next program, I saw some chamber leadership coming in from different chapters. I can see the CCMs from Machakos. I saw the CCM from Siaya. I saw the CCM from Makueni. They are in the house. Those are the chamber managers. And please come forward because tomorrow our watu wanaweza watafuta muwasaidia mali. Please come and say hi here. I respect you. Just please come forward. Tunaendelea. We are working as a team. Our ndio chamber managers kwa counties zetu. So when you will be in Machakos, utapata mtu, ukiwa Isiaya utapata mtu, ukiwa Makueni utapata mtu, ukiwa hapa Uasin Gishu, kuna Collins, everywhere in the country we are working. Karibu sana, this are our, and any other whom I've not seen, any chamber CCM who is in within that have not identified, please you can come forward. Karibu sana Mike. Karibu sana.
Hi, good afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, my name is Miriam Donge. I'm working with the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, Machakos County Chapter.
Good morning. Good morning. Habari ya wanabiashara. Mko salama. My name is Chris Nchalo. I manage Makueni chapter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michael Ochien, CCM Siaya. I see a number of youths here. I normally tell youth one thing in business. Usiwe na haraka sana ya kuomoka. Okay? Yeah, people start businesses and they want to buy the best vehicle within 3 months. Kindly youths, we can do much better. If you join the Chamber of Commerce, you will get a lot of information, knowledge on doing business, and this is the way to go. Thank you very much for joining us.
Wow, thank you for making time all the way from Lower Eastern, all the way from Nyanza. This shows that we have chamber at heart. Karibuni sana, and we value your presence. Asante sana. These are our chamber managers in the chapters that they represent here, and we have all of them for 47 counties. Na mimi nimefanya kazi na wao, ninawajua vizuri. We have done several events. Tulikuwa Machakos, tulifanya very big event like this one. So chamber is growing. It is you to join the chamber. There is a lot of advantages. Yesterday, someone from here in our Senegal was telling us how we are taking the young people to the countries that have really developed, including China, for training and value addition. We value your business. We value from your head. If you cannot value yourself from inside, there is no business you can do. Mike has just reminded you today that when you're doing business, you can start small, but don't expect to grow tomorrow. You are fighting with someone who started 20 years ago. You are competing. You want to compete. You want to get that vehicle. You want to get that house, that big one. You want to wear like someone. You want to dress like someone. Start small and you grow. It will just make yourself, you will make yourself better. So don't compete, do go with your pace. Sawa sawa. Asante sana. So I was expecting that QR code for the last time. I don't know why it is not being displayed. I'm being told 1 minute. So please, someone to, I don't know where Nancy is, because we are supposed to enter into the second session, and our panelists, I can see them, they are already here. And our chief guest has already arrived. Our chamber president is in the premises, is already at the booths, going through the exhibitors. We have feasters today. We still remind you that we have our dinner in the evening here, where we will discuss really businesses. Yesterday we had a very good time, and a few of you managed to attend. So I request that we attend that dinner, because that's where really business is discussed. After now the training, you could meet successful business people in that dinner who can discuss. We always discuss business, that ideas, what you need. All those people are here in the evening, and we will talk. We have a talk in the evening. Thank you very much. DJ, unaweza nifungulia muziki kidogo while you are working on those other things, so that niangalie Nanzi pale nje tuingie second session ya discussion. Thank you. I recognize the CEO, Real Hospital. Karibu sana. We appreciate the good work you are doing in the region and all over the country. Real is growing. Real is growing. So tunatafuta hapo, na nimetembelea hiyo hospitali. Indeed, it's good. You are doing good work. Asante sana daktari. Asante. So let me see for Nancy, so that we enter. We can be tuendelee kusalimiana. Let's bond. Let's do exchange contacts. Unajua nyinyi ni vijana, na ukitoka hapa ukiona mtu mzuri tu ni kijana, enda naye mwanze biashara. Ama namna gani? So vijana, just bond. Zungumza what you're doing, na umekaa na mtu hapa hata ujui anafanya nini. Muulize unafanya biashara gani. You might be finding that huyo mtu umekaa na yeye anafanya biashara unafanya na imekushinda. Naweza kupea ideas. Exchange ideas where you are seated. Exchange ideas. Pata hata mchumba kutoka kwa hii event bana. Umuite Eldoret International Business Summit. Na umpea hiyo jina. Mseme hivyo hapo juu. Waweza hapa ndio ulipata mtu. Let's discuss. Let's greet each other. Let's exchange ideas. Know people, wajue wawili watatu. Muulize anasoma wapi, anasomea nini, amefanya biashara gani online or physical. Uliza contact, muulize anafanyia biashara wapi, so that you can go and benchmark. Hata mimi ukiniuliza hapo utakuja penye nafanya biashara yangu, so tuone tunafanya nini so that we grow. In a minute we have a break of 3 minutes, but not going away. Ensure you have your meal card with you, so that ikifika wakati wa mulo tusije tukakuacha nje, because we will not serve those people without meal cards. So if you don't have one, please see our youth director here or someone at the registration desk, so that you get your meal card ready. Ikifika wakati huo wa mulo tusikuache nje. It's a break of 3 minutes and we are resuming our programs. I saw my MC, tafadhali ukuje utulete entertainment. Karibu sana. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Jambo, jambo, jambo. Hello. Hebu nione kama tunapatana. Niaje pale nyuma. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And it's day 2, and I hope you're finding it interesting. Unajifundisha kitu, so that ukirudi kwa ile biashara yako, there is something coming up, of course. And there is an interesting panel session that is coming up, hosted by none other than Nancy Muthoni. Usije ukakaa mbali, because that is the last session before we get our lunch. We get to our lunch programs. Maybe just to recognize our sponsors, a recognition for our sponsors. We really appreciate the kind of partnership they have with us. We want to appreciate CPF. Their tagline is fulfilling lives. We really appreciate CPF. We want to appreciate the Grand Empire Hotel. They are here with us. Ukiangalia the beauty of the food, the kind of water that you have on your table, it is courtesy of them. We want to appreciate Savo. We want to appreciate one of the best hospitals in the region, that is Real Hospitals and Clinics. That is one of the fastest and growing hospitals around the region and even in our country, Kenya. Tukiendelea ku recognize our sponsors, we also want to recognize Moiben Connections. They have been part of this journey for such a long time. Pia tunataka ku recognize Grappa Fashion. We want to recognize Thika Cloth Mills Limited. Kuna Life Care Hospitals. Tuko na Kenya Seed Company Limited. For those in agriculture, you know what Kenya Seed does. Tuko na Bicomax. We have Rupas Small. Tuko na Kenya Revenue Authority. I've had interesting conversation about tax. Na najua umepata kitu, umejifundisha something. Wakati ambapo tunajiandaa kwa ajili ya the panel session that is coming up. Remember the panel session yenye inakuja, it consists of experts from Savo, Anti-Counterfeit Authority. We have the CEO Real Hospital. We also have Kentred. We have EPZA. And we also have the director, St. Luke's Orthopedic and Pediatric Hospital here in Eldoret. I know we have the representatives. Of course, there is power in your notebook. There is power in your pen. So wakati unachangamka. Ukichangamsha akili, hakikisha kalamu na karatasi pia inachangamka, because that is, hiyo ndio kitu tumekujia hapa as we continue with the entertainment. Alafu kama haujapata meal card, make sure you get your meal card so that ikifika lunch time tujisave mapema, ama namna gani? Tuko na audience in the house. Hebu nisikie audience kama wana clock. Hivi ndio wana clock? Hivi ndio wana clock? Ladies, is this the clock it? Ama sio hii? Mtu atuonyeshe. Tusimame because lazima tuchangamke. Tusimame, everyone tusimame tu. We do a nice breaker kidogo as we network, as we wait for the panel session. Jinyoroshe kidogo ile kienyeji. Unajua kuna kujinyorosha kienyeji. Hakikisha pia unatengeneza your tie kama uko na jezi ya Man U. Be proud of that team because that is the biggest team in the world. Kuna ingine? Hizo zingine ni vibanda ama namna gani? Okay, tusimame everybody kindly. Tusimame tu everybody. Take a moment to greet those people on your circle. Greet someone. Salimia mtu, boss. Salimia mtu. Try network. Salimia mtu. Get to know them. Get to know their names. Asante DJ. Nataka tufanye kitu. Please help me rehearse kitu kidogo hapa. Usikae chini. Are we together? Nataka to rehearse something. It's just a nice breaker for us all. Nikisema walk, we walk. Sawa, kutembea ile ya kawaida. Nikisema clap, you clap. Sawa. Nikisema snap, you snap. Can we try it? Let us work. Eka style yako yote. Weka iko na pesa. Usitembeni kama mwanabiashara ana pesa. Thank you. Clap. Bado. Clap. Snap. Nice. It's coming on well. Sindio? So, nikisema snap, you clap. Nikisema clap, you walk. Are we together? Nikisema snap, you clap. Nikisema clap, you walk. Let's try it. Clap. Yeah, thank you. You're getting it. Snap. Wow, thank you so much. You can have a seat. Wakati, we are looking forward to get into our panel session. Jana, we had an interesting conversation. Na nilifurahi sana because the team that were there yesterday, you can bear witness. Jana, watu wenye wamekunywa mursik, si ilikuwa mwenyeje, si ndio? For the guys when you wametest mursik wanasema ilikuwa mwenyeje. Lakini if you umegraduate kidogo ukakunywa soda, ilikuwa mwecheche, si ndio? Kama umekunywa soda ilikuwa mwecheche. Kama ulikunywa mursik ilikuwa mwenyeje. So DJ, you'll give us some good songs kidogo hivi as we await our moderator, Bi Nancy Muthoni, who's going to lead the panel session. I know it is going to be an interactive session. Remember, the key topics that are going to be covered in the session is infrastructure and smart cities. There is regional trade integration. There is healthcare and medical innovation. Those are the kind of topics that are coming up, and I know it is going to be informative topics that will be led by our able and seasoned communicator, Madam Nancy Muthoni. DJ, give us some music kidogo.
BASATA wakinifungia Ferufizi wanazopata mia filmia Mjusi ukuta wana uparamia Na kama penzi ni chupa la bia ni pesara Kandevi ni umeyumbe njia Wa maana wa mlezi na unanijulia Wezi kakukulipia dia Naisho wawa Penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wawa Naishi wawa Penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wawa Naishi wawa Penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wawa Naishi wawa Penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wawa Nilifeli sekondari kwenda gacho Ila kufeli penzi langu sina hilo changu Yereni la mfumo Nikupambe kwa matai ili uwembu Na kama penzi ni chupa la bia ni pesara Kandevi ni umeyumbe njia Wa maana wa mlezi na unanijulia Kakukulipia dia Naishi wawa Penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wawa Naishi wawa Penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wawa Naishi wawa Penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wawa Naishi wawa Penzi lako mizani mizito naishi wawa
Ngoja nikutumie. Kama haiko tuendelee. I was here, why didn't you call me? Kwa nini unaniita? Si niko. Kwa nini hakuna mtu ananiita? Ukitangaza mimi nitakuwa pale sisikia. Where is my duty? For property show. Not for property show. There's one that did of Pastor Curtis. It's a panel discussion. Ni nani na nani anakuja? Nani anakuja kutoka sasa? That's what who is coming from?
Asikala ka age masha sabe gashi. Swear. Yabaza wa mfano hapo hiyo tunaiona. Hapo. Unasenze. Ndio mtana ya senze. Unasenze.
Wow. Thank you, DJ.
Thank you very much. I want to invite you in a special way. You know how we do it. So I want to invite the Eldoret Gospel crew or to let Nancy in a special way. You know you are big, you are heavy. Wapi makofi kwake jamani. So let this be prepared. The Savile team who will be coming for the panelists and Counterfeit Authority, Contract, EPZ, AM, and Director St. Luke's. Tafadhali muwe tayari as we enter into our session. Eldoret crew, Gospel team, wako tayari. Wape ngoma hiyo tulete Nancy so that tusiboeke sana. Good. See Nancy, when the last time, I don't know when you last threw the leg up. You know, we are dealing with the youth here today. So today you have to throw the leg up. Okay, karibu sana, karibu the crew. Okay, you can, but you must musiangushe microphone. No, the energy the young people have. These young people have serious energy. DJ, in 1 minute.
Yeah. We the remnant. Chosen for the. Yeah. We the remnant. Chosen for this hour. It's wartime. I plead the blood right now. Every spirit not like God. You gotta go. In the name of Jesus, every devil gotta flee. You don't have no reason. I'm bold as a lion, I don't fear no evil. Blood of Jesus on me. I'm covered, I'm lethal. Yeah, came out to find out what to do.
Ilibidi niokoke ndo niwashe jiko. Siko kwa kanaliti juu niko ridho. Ulimi bado ridhe risafifita. Silabi simple kama A-E-I-O-U. Rudia mara twice A-E-I-O-U. Kati chini za calling na jetting from boom. Subiri usichizini, 2 fingers in the sky. Kunja gumi to the side. Sio ngumu kudecide, tusikwende to this slide. He can book you through the night. Thank the Lord that I'm alive. 2 fingers in the sky. Kunja gumi to the side. Sio ngumu kudecide, tusikwende to this slide. He can book you through the night. Thank the Lord that I'm alive.
If you got fruits, so only if you got fruits, nobody can stop you. Nilizoimba ni nyingi nikimuonya malebo, bado hajabadilika, sasa siimbi nalia. Mpenzi wangu rafiki tuliyesoma pamoja, michezo ya utoto tulicheza pamoja, sasa ni watu wazima na mimi nimeokoka. Malebo nikimwambia yeye anaruka kimanga, si yeye peke yake ninao wengi rafiki. Niliwaimba kimbele kwenye kaseti ya pili, wengine wamekubali, wamemwamini Mwokozi. Yesu amewasamehe, amebakia malebo.
Walking
you very much. A round of clap for them again. Hey, the energy, I told you these guys are very strong. So tunaingia kwenye hiyo panelist discussion, and I wish to invite our panelists from Real Hospital, Dr. Kemboi Kevin. Pigeni makofi tafadhali anapoingia. I told you Real Hospital, it is smart the way it looks. From Anti-Counterfeit Authority, Wanjara Wanyonyi. Wapi makofi kwake tafadhali. From the South, we have Jeff Barros Wezi. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Kentred Evelyn Wamai. Pigeni makofi tafadhali. St. Luke, Dr. Eric Martin Ngari. Makofi kwake. EPZA. EPZA, sijaona representative wao. Then when they come, we will invite them. And our moderator, none other than Nancy Mtoni. Pigeni makofi tafadhali anapoingia. So we are turning back the session. Now we give you ample time to take us through the session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Karibuni sana. Let me give you my small speech. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to today's session that brings together leaders and innovators from diverse sectors that are shaping Kenya's future. Today, we are privileged to hear from organizations that are making a significant impact in their respective fields, from advancing healthcare through medical innovation to facilitating seamless trade through Kentrade, promoting import and industrialization through, I believe EPZA will join us, and protecting consumers and with legitimate businesses through the Anti-Corruption Authority, and delivering sustainable, affordable urban development through Savo developers. Each one of these people represents an essential pillar of Kenya's development journey. This session will give us an opportunity to exchange ideas, showcase innovation, and strengthen partnerships that will help us build a healthier, more competitive, and sustainable Kenya. The challenge we face today requires collaboration across sectors, and forums such as this provide the platform to learn from one another and identify practical solutions that create lasting impact. I encourage us all to participate actively, engage, ask questions, and seize this opportunity to build connections themselves, and then I can start with the questions. I'll start from the far end. No, it's okay, you can just sit as you talk.
Yes, good afternoon everyone. My name is Dr. Eric Martin Ngare. I'm here on behalf of St. Luke's Hospital and Professor Lele. I'm an orthopedic resident, doctor there. Thank you.
Karibu sana daktari.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kemboi Kevin, the CEO for Real Group of Hospitals and Clinics, which is a network of hospitals across Kenya, with 3 hospitals, the main in Eldoret. We have a second hospital in Nairobi, a hospital in Kitale, and clinics across the towns of Nairobi, Eldoret, Kapsabet, Kitale, and Kabarnet towns.
Asante sana, and finally we meet. I keep talking to you.
Nothing, pleasure.
I keep talking to you, but I have not met you.
Nice
nice meeting you. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Vijana, hi. My name is Wanjala Wanyonyi. Wanjala Wanyonyi is from the Anti-Counterfeit Authority. the head of North Rift region. I am here to join you, encourage you, and enlighten you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Continue.
Good afternoon, young people. Good afternoon again. My name is Evelyn Wamai from the Kenya Trade Network Agency. We are the agency that has been responsible for implementing the National Electronic Single Window System in Kenya. And we have presence in Nairobi, Mombasa, and also the regions. And so we're very happy to be here today with you guys.
You have presence across the country. Yes. Karibu sana. Over to you.
Hello everyone. My name is Jeffrey Barrows. I represent Savo. How many of us know Savo? Yeah. Basically, we exist to enable investors achieve financial independence through low risk, high yield, affordable, amazing apartments.
Karibu sana. And maybe you can just tell us currently in the country how many projects have you managed to do and in which areas?
Okay, so far we have a total of 25 projects, with Eldoret being the 25th one, the latest one. 17 are complete in Nairobi and Kiambu County, and 8 are still under construction currently. Yeah.
Karibu sana, you can introduce yourself and then we can start our questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Richard Omelu. I'm the CEO of the Export Processing Zones Authority, a government agency that is established to promote investments and also to license investors and with an export orientation. So I'm glad to be here to share with you what we do as EPs a day. It's abbreviated as EPs a day. And we're looking forward to an engaging discussion. And it's really our desire that you also onboard our young men within our republic into the program. Currently, our headquarters is in Athi River, but we have enterprises spread across 22 counties, including Uasin Gishu. We have a zone that is under construction that's around here, near Rivertex, and I'm sure most of you probably have heard of it, and I'll be more than ready to share with you the opportunities that the zone will present. Thank you.
Karibu sana. I would encourage each one of us as they give us the thoughts they have and the insights. Create your questions and let's engage them. So I'll give you an opportunity to also ask questions as I start with Dr. Gary. Dr. Gary, how can healthcare facilities leverage innovation and digital technology to improve efficiency?
That's a very interesting question, given the direction Kenya is taking as a country. I'd say, first of all, efficiency is lost to a number of factors, first of which is the time. That would include time taken by patients in queues, as well as time taken to make our records, as well as retrieve them. We have the second issue of stock, where we can have a lot of stock outs and stock variants. And lastly, we have the money that is lost, especially when you consider insurance, delays in filling out these forms, as well as those who are uninsured. In order to tackle that, we propose a three-pronged approach. Of course, first of all, we need to look at one patient, one record, and ideally for one county, whereby we have electronic medical record systems, as well as telemedicine. To put this practically, you could have a patient in the rural area, let's say in Lodwar, in a level 2 or level 3 facility with an open fracture. That is, they've broken the bone and it's communicating with the outside. And usually this patient would have to travel the 6 to 8 hours from Lodwar to the nearest referral facility, which would be MTRH or even St. Luke's, which is a level 5 facility. And during that transit, of course, the risk of infection goes up and such. Ideally, at that facility in Lodwar, they should be able to have a screen, have a camera, have the Wi-Fi, get into contact with a doctor. If it is implants that need to be sent there, we have technology that exists, such as a zip line, that can actually do that. We need to employ AI as well in order to see which are the best routes we are able to get to this patient. Secondly, we look at smart supply chains whereby we want to achieve the goal of never stock out and never overstock. We do not want patients there waiting 4 hours while medicines are expiring in the store behind them. Yeah, we need barcodes in order to be able to track where is this medication coming from, when has it arrived, even down to the nurse who is giving the medication to the patient. Are they able to scan it with the barcode so that the right patient gets the right drug at the right time with the right dosage? And again, with these cues and records, we're able to see what is the amount of drugs, for example, that we need this month given than the next month. Lastly, is our patient flow technology. Kenya is already leading within the mobile money industry. I do not see why we cannot do the same when it comes to healthcare. We can employ USSD message technology in order for patients to book appointments. We can use the same technology to have, again, e-triage, where the patient is able to input their systems, again, capitalizing on AI technology and other existing innovations. And this has been employed even in Makueni County, cutting down OPD times from around 60%. And when it comes to data and payments, we should be able to integrate technology into our day-to-day patient care. We should be able to see that this patient, even if they come from Kisumu and come to Nairobi, are we able to access that same record and not order repeat tests? At the same time, when they've come here, are we able to properly get the insurance done in time? Are we able to integrate SHA into these medical records and at least ensure that we do not have expiry while patient is in transit and such? So thank you.
Thank you, but I think before I take the next question, tell us what you've just said, that if I'm in Lodwar, I had an accident, my leg is broken, what would you do?
So that is a typical scenario that we get, that the patient is injured, and because that is a level 2 or a level 3 facility, and just an update, Kenya, we use a 6-tiered healthcare framework. A level 1 facility is like your local dispensary, level 3 or 4 would be, for example, it was in Gishu County. A level 5 would be a referral facility, regional, and a level 6 would be the likes of your KNH, Moi Teaching and Referral, that are national referral facilities. So there are procedures that cannot be done at the lower level facilities. And these facilities now have to refer, you see? And rather than doing that and wasting time in transit and such, you are able to simply make a call. Telemedicine is real. It is happening in other countries around the world. All you need, as I mentioned, is a screen, an internet connection, and you just call the consultant who needs to work on this case, wherever they may be. They're able to give a plan. If this patient does not require surgery, we're able to then liaise and get these materials to them, and they do not have to waste that time, do not have to risk infection, do not have to waste fuel, and they're managed from where they are.
Wow, that's very advanced. Let's give it up for him. The next question goes to Dr. Kimboi. How can private healthcare providers complement government's efforts to achieve universal health coverage? And I would also want you to tackle the challenge we have now and how you see that being eliminated.
Thank you, Nancy. So, first of all, I know universal health coverage is a terminology that is with as we tackle the question. So, universal health coverage is one of the 5 pillars of the BITA agenda of the government, and to a larger extent, it is one of the goals in the Vision 2030 blueprint, which aims at us achieving quality healthcare. So, to paint a picture about the presence of the private healthcare facility, currently in the country, in terms of distribution of healthcare facilities, which are hospitals, clinics, and even pharmacies, the government facilities are at 47%, private facilities are at 46%, and we have a category for the faith-based, which are at around 8%. So the private health sector already has quite a presence. So the UHC has also 4 pillars. The first pillar is the social health financing. And what this aims to achieve is financing healthcare for each and every one of us, making sure we get affordable healthcare. So how the private sector can come in, the first and most direct thing is ensuring all our facilities are accredited to SHA, because currently the healthcare ecosystem, there is an interplay with all insurances and SHA. And that is the first step. The second step is to also continue investing. In as much as we're at 46%, there is still need for more investment. Most importantly, from what my colleagues say, rural areas. You find that when you go to urban centers, you'll get the big facilities, the level 5s, which are found in urban areas. So the private sector can chip in there by investing in rural areas. Then another way that the private sector can also contribute is through the social health authority, is by ensuring that there is accurate and timely processing of these claims, because it is an entire ecosystem. So I will go to the second pillar. The second pillar is human resource for health and primary health care. So currently we have around 15.6 per 10,000 population. That is the human resource density in terms of their number versus the clients they're seeing. But if you look at the WHO recommendation, it's 45. So you see that's quite a big 15.6 and 45. So there we get opportunities again for the private sector. So the first and most direct is through investing in training. And training has several prongs. So training, you can do internships, because there are already existing colleges, and I'm sure most of private facilities we do that, because we provide real-time and practical opportunities for these students. The other thing is by establishing medical colleges. And then one of the largest gaps that we have is with specialists. So offering residencies through some of the big facilities, like the one we have, like one of ours, level 5. Level 5 facilities are able to offer these trainings. Then the second thing we have, we realize also there is the issue of training, but absorption is not matching the number of students being produced. So the healthcare, the private healthcare comes in by absorbing these trained medical professionals, by providing gainful employment. Then the other thing, we can also, because of the fewer number of specialists that we have in the country, we can also do a PPP model with the government, where we co-share specialists. And one of the models is what my fellow panelists had mentioned, the issue of telemedicine, because that's one of the biggest challenges that we have. So using these few available specialists, we are able to attend to these clients. Because the current scenario is we have patients getting a kind of a condition, be it surgical, medical, but timely intervention is still a big concern here. So the other thing in that same pillar, I mentioned something called primary healthcare. So I look at healthcare in three prongs. You have preventive, you have promotive, and curative. So primary healthcare tackles those first two, preventive and promotive, and that is the cheapest way of really handling healthcare. So the private sector through promotive, the promotive prong. So we will partner with like local governments, something we've also been doing, as well as employers or even institutions like schools, to be able to provide education. So through public information, to know there are some very small things that if you do, you're able to avoid most of these diseases in old age. Exercise and training, they sound small, but they really contribute to prolong your life. Then in terms of preventive is now we do what we call screening. So screening, you visit a facility, you test yourself for the most commonly screened diseases. And also we have things like wellness packages, especially I'm seeing very many bright businessmen here. So we have wellness packages and we've tailored them for your pocket. Tuko naye all the way, tuko na bei ya mwananchi all the way to executive level. So that is a very important thing, and I encourage, if there's a takeaway point you can take today, is really invest in preventive healthcare. Get a screening once a year. It's never too early to get that screening. Then the other thing again in preventive, of course, the government really spearheads the issue of vaccination, and we partner with them so the private healthcare can come in by doing these vaccines, offering vaccines in their facilities. So I'll go to the third pillar, the digital health ecosystem. SHA is currently working with the Digital Health Authority. They have fronted this very nice vision of a digital superhighway. What that means is, in healthcare, one of the most valuable commodities is data. And what data means is, if I'm able to know the most common conditions affecting a certain population, we are able to plan ahead of time and invest in a certain kind of treatment. So one of the goals of this digital health ecosystem will enable us to have that data, even help with the government with budgeting and planning. So as private healthcare facilities is to invest in healthcare management information systems that are interoperable. Health management information system in Eldoret. I feed my data to central data in Nairobi. The other thing again is investing in what you had said, telemedicine, and that is where the world is heading to. The other thing also is ensuring that we integrate our health management information systems with digital health authority. Then finally, there's a fourth pillar for the UHC, which is affordable medications. One of the things that really contributes to making healthcare expensive in our country is that we are a net importer of both drugs and what we call non-pharmaceutical, which means something like when you go, you get a bandage, that is a non-pharmaceutical product. So we are still net importers. So as a private healthcare sector, we can invest in local manufacturing of both pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceuticals. The other thing, the government, through our, and also where the government is unable to supply, the private healthcare sector can also complement the KEMSAs and be able to fill that gap. So all in all, I think as a private healthcare sector, we recognize the fact that achieving UHC is a collaborative effort, and the private healthcare is quite vibrant and quite committed towards achieving each UHC. Thank you very much.
Wow, let's give it up for him. Do we have any question that we'd like to ask the Daktaris before I move to the next questions? Has anybody got a question for the Daktaris? One of the things I hear is that internship programs, if they have any, so that in case you're in the medical field, this is an opportunity. Who has a question as we continue? Yes, please give him a mic. Naomba mic pale. You can come here and just ask your question. And if there is another one for the Daktaris, I would be happy to take it at this time.
So, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Frank, and apparently I'm a law student. I've heard you hold a lot of data. So I wanted to know, how do you upheld it according to Article 31 on issue of privacy? Because in most scenarios, you see like Safaricom selling data to other people. How do you ensure that there's integrity and there's safeguarding of that privacy? Because there's that thing that is known as doctor-client advocate-client relationship. How do you ensure that? Thank you.
Thank you. Confidentiality, how do you, as you tell me telemedicine, if I call the wrong doctor, nimwambie vitu zangu, he's the wrong doctor, I've given out my information, how do you protect me? Answer my...
So, thank you very much, Wakili, for that question. So one of the principles of us healthcare professionals, and one thing I want to assure you, is that your data is quite well protected, and it is confidential, as we said. And healthcare institutions operate under the ODPP, the Data Protection Act. And in terms of data sharing, there are guidelines that guide institutions, insurance companies, how this data is shared. So no data that you don't want to be shared is going to be shared. So Dr. Eric.
So just to add on that, for example, if you were to come to St. Luke's and be treated there, the moment you come in, a health record trail is created. But if you were to decide, no, there's a service in another hospital that I need that is not here, we cannot simply just send that information to the next facility. And that is where Dr. was highlighting the gap, that you have to go to the next facility, start a new consultation, open a new file, you see, and we have that redundancy. What we would like to push for is interoperable systems, that if Frank, for example, ID number such and such, visits a facility in Nairobi, and for whatever reason you need to seek healthcare elsewhere, if you're to go to the second facility, then your record is already there. And ideally, this should be from birth, all the way through the individual's life, yeah? And again, this data sharing should and will be governed under the Data Protection Act. I hope that answers your question.
Wow, thank you so much. My question to you is, have we started this process from birth, that you take all my information and as I grow older, you have it and I can access it? If I go to Kiambu, I can access it. If I'm here in Eldoret, I can access it. If I'm in the coast, I can access it. Have you started that?
So I'll answer that in two ways. The data collection part already happens. We have health record officers that collect data wherever you go. The issue now is the accessibility to the data. Again, I'll give an example of St. Luke. As a practitioner there, it is a closed data framework. You can only access the system on site. The moment you leave 5 meters away from the gate, you cannot log into the system. You cannot access that information. I hope that answers the question.
Yes. My next question, I'm moving to the next panelist, Kentrade. Kentrade has played a key role in simplifying trade processes. How has this improved Kenya's competitiveness?
So thank you, Nancy. So I mentioned earlier, Kentrade, yeah, it is, but I'll tell you in a little bit. So what we've done as Kentrade, we have implemented what we call the National Electronic Single Window System. Now, the reason why we implemented this as a country was because we are looking to try and alleviate the challenges that importers and exporters were going through when they come to importing and exporting. Right? So initially, and as we know, as it is, the current process is that you have to visit. If you're importing anything into Kenya or exporting anything out of Kenya, there are various government agencies that you have to visit. There's Kenya Bureau of Standards, there's Kenya Revenue Authority, there's Kenya Ports Authority, and again, also depending on the product, if it's pharmaceutical, then the Pharmacy and Poisons Board has to come into the picture. Now, all these institutions do not sit in one building. Some are in Mombasa, some are in different locations. So what really essentially we have done is we have implemented a portal that allows all the stakeholders to come on board. So we call them partner government agencies, where if you lodge all regulatory documents, because you have to lodge documents, they're all lodged from a single portal, one entry. And the system has the intelligence, depending on which product you're bringing in, to route this documentation to the various stakeholders that have to look at it, evaluate or process it, and ultimately give an approval for you to take charge of your cargo at the port of Mombasa or at the airports, depending on where the entry point is. So really, essentially, that's what we've done. So initially, what happened is that was done manually they'd go to different places. Now that costed a lot of money. First of all, if you're in Eldoret, you have to travel all the way to Mombasa for certain documentation, and then come back, and then go back again, because it's not a one-day process. Or you choose to stay there for 2 weeks. Now what it has done, it has saved on cost, it has saved on time, and then ultimately it has saved on those underhand deals that have costed the government a lot of money. So recently, the International Finance Corporation did a report, and it actually in that report mentioned how much the single window system has saved the economy, private sector, 2.5 million per year. That's about 3.2 billion. Now that's a lot of money, all right? So that's how we come in, and I know there are very many initiatives that the government is doing, but in terms of just making sure that we are alleviating and making trade processing simple, effortless, and efficient, the single window system comes in. Additionally, over and above that, we've also implemented what we call the Info Trade Portal. Now, this is a big one, especially for those of us who are looking to do international trade, or if you're looking to do even domestic trade. So many times, if you are, for example, want to import a car into Kenya, or you want to export avocados, or you are a plant, you farm, there are some things you want to export to somewhere. Many times we really do not know where to start. And so what happens is you land in the hands of somebody who does not have clarity, and you end up losing a lot of money. Now we identified that as a gap. So what we have done, we've implemented the portal, it's InfoTrade portal. It has documented step-by-step procedures. If you want to export avocados to whichever destination, we have documented, number one, avocados, parachichi. What do you need? Which agencies do you need to see? Which documentation are you required to have before? What amount will it cost you? How long, estimated, end to end, how long will it take you for you to be able to export, do the processing, and then finally deliver your cargo at the airport for it, or it's at the port of Mombasa for them to essentially be exported out of the country. So it's important for us to have this information, especially for those of us here who are interested in doing exports. If you're thinking about it, it's good to have this information. So by the time you get to the place where you're thinking, you already are doing it from a place of informed information, or a place of informed decisions. Thank you, Nancy.
Wow, thank you so much. Wow, that is interesting. I'm going to ask that we Kenyans love face-to-face conversations. So you're now telling me I'll go into a computer and I feel everything and I have everything. If I have any questions, how do I handle the questions?
Very good. That's a very good question. So yes, the portal is very, in fact, let me just say, extremely user-friendly. All right? It is www.infotrade@go.ke, as simple as that. Infotrade@go.ke. It is a very step-by-step. So just go and select, is it import or is it export? You click in exports. Which product it will ask you? Avocados. You click avocados. It gives you a whole breakdown of how it will happen. Now, should you get to a place where you feel that you probably are not clear, all right, we have our contact center that you can call, right, that we will give you the step-by-step and help you, walk you through that process. And it is very simple. You just click, go to the chat, say, I need help with this, and quickly we'll respond to you. So that makes it also very easy for you to be able to access that information.
Thank you very much. Let's give it up for her. My next question is for you, Bwana CEO, EPZA. What role does EPZA play in attracting investment and promoting export-led industrialization?
Thank you, Nancy. Let me start by putting into context what EPZs are. EPZs are export processing zones. And for us, the authority, we are the regulator. So we regulate all activities within the export processing zones. So they are called export processing zones because the products and services produced within the zones target export market. And in this case, the export market excludes East African countries. As a regulator, so we are both a regulator and also we facilitate exports. So we regulate through supporting in gazetting of the zones, We also regulate in onboarding of enterprises within the zones. We also regulate by administering incentives within the zones. By operating with these zones, you'll enjoy some benefits that other enterprises in outside the zones will not enjoy. So basically it's a custom area. So it's a country within a country. So whatever that's produced there is for export market. Equally, we facilitate trade or exports, because before you get into export, you'll have an investor or a potential investor that you will onboard or engage. On board, after onboarding, then you provide aftercare services for the business idea to be actualized. So we facilitate. So as EPZA, I just want to give in terms of where are we. We've been in operation for about 5 years, which I believe most of you are not bored in the room. And we are still there, and we are bigger in terms of operations. So in terms of the key thematic or key indicators, how do we measure our performance? We look at our performance in about 4 thematic areas. One, we're supposed to increase exports. Exports outside the East African countries. And exports are very important in terms of balance of trade. So exports. 2 is job creation. We are required by promoting industrialization within the EPZs, we create jobs. And in this case, under jobs, we are required to create both quality jobs and sustainable jobs. So the indicator number 2 is jobs. 3 is in terms of FDIs, foreign direct investments and domestic investments. Foreign, it means investors from outside the country. Domestic means investors within the country, like all of us in this room, that we can also participate in the EPZ program. Looking at those key areas, so I've talked about the export market, I've talked about the jobs that we need to create, investments that we are supposed to create, and all these have an indication, an indicator in terms of the national growth or development in the country. For the last 35 years, we have been able to achieve some milestones as an agency of the government. I'll start with employment creation. By last year, 2025, we had created about 106,000 jobs, direct jobs to our fellow Kenyans. Out of these 106, remember by last year, the manufacturing jobs within the manufacturing sector were about 366. So our contribution to employment component is about 27% within the manufacturing sector. In terms of exports, goods that are exported from the country, from our country to markets outside East Africa, we exported goods to the tune of about 140 billion Kenya shillings. And the national export was about 1.2 trillion. So our contribution to export was about 12%. In terms of foreign direct investments, we've been able to cumulatively build an investment base of about 201 billion. Now, where am I bringing all these figures? I bring just to bring now to the context of our discussion. What are we doing? What have we done to promote investments within the program, and how are we sustaining those investments? As a regulator, we have a role in terms of administering incentives. These incentives make the program attractive. These incentives attract investors into our country. We have a myriad of incentives or benefits that we administer within the EPZ program. We have tax incentives. For enterprises who operating within the EPZ space or ecosystem, they don't pay custom duty when they're importing raw materials to build their godowns. We don't pay VAT for the raw materials. We don't pay custom duty on execution, transfer of land or leasing of land. They don't pay stamp duty. All these duties and taxes make it attractive to attract investments within the EPZ and largely within the country. 2, we also provide facilities to our investors. And within the Republic of Kenya, our headquarters is in Athiriva. We have operations in 22 counties. Most of our investors are private sector. We have about 218 enterprises operating in various value chains. And these enterprises are operating in gazetted zones. Gazetted zones meaning within the areas that are designated. So we have about 118 zones that we have been able to gazette. And one of the gazetted zones that we have is in Uasin Gishu County. The one that we have here, which is a public zone, which I'll be able to probably explain more in terms of what opportunities exist and how we can attract, how we intend to attract investors into the program. Another method or a tool we are using to attract investments and to maintain is that within the program we provide an aftercare service. My colleague from Kentrade has been able to explain in terms of how there's a collaborative framework within government agencies. Equally, we work together with Kentrade, work with the KRA, work together with KEPS and immigration. So what we do is that we approach it from a whole of government, whereby we provide aftercare. From the time you want to onboard an enterprise, up to the time now you've been onboarded, and then also provision of support after that. So again, that makes the program attractive in terms of really making it sustainable. Another aspect of the program that makes it very strategic in terms of retaining, attracting and training the clients within the program is that within the facilities that you operate, the rates that we offer are quite subsidized. We have an opportunity where we can lease land to an investor or release a go down to an investor. And the rates are quite low compared to the market rates. For instance, for us, when we give you when you give a go down, we charge $2.5 per square feet per annum. That's quite low compared to what the market charges. And again, if you look at how much, if you are to get an investment, you have to join the investment, and we give you land, it's about $6,000 per hectare per annum. That again provides an opportunity for the investors like ourselves to join the program. Now, over and above the export or the FDIs, we also encouraging DDIs, domestic investment from ourselves locally. We have deliberately created an incubation center. Entrepreneurs who would like to venture into the export market, whereby we have created special rates that are slightly lower than the market rate, than the normal investors when they operate within the EPZ program. Like, whereas we give, when we lease a square feet for the other investors at 2.5, for the local, for MSMEs or local MSMEs, we do it at $2. So that also makes it attractive. So we also have an incubation area, and we've also dedicated a team to work with the local investors to address their unique needs so that they're able to compete with other foreign investors that join the program. We do also have platforms that we use to create awareness. We are very active. We have active digital tools. We are active on Facebook. We are also on Twitter. You can reach out to us, even emails, website, very interactive website where we always get feedback from our stakeholders, including ourselves, in terms of how we can make the program attractive, so that again we are using it to reach out to foreign investors. Now, in the context of now the investment issue, we have an opportunity to bring these facilities closer to the youth around, and also to men and women within the area and the neighboring counties. We have a zone that is about 90% complete. That's just next to River Tex. We have 135 acres of land that's under construction, a gazetted area. What are we doing there? I'm sure most of us have gone to that place. We have already done 4 go-downs. 4 go-downs, and out of these 4 go-downs, we have deliberately made it clear that we are going to give it to local investors. Local investors, so that they also enjoy the incentives that are associated with the program. And which are these opportunities that exist? Looking at the sectors that we serve, we are not limited to textile and apparel or garments. I'm sure for most of us who've been to Nairobi or Athi River, anytime you mention EPZ, it's associated with what? Clothes. I'm sure most of us know it's about clothes. But it goes beyond clothes. But even within the clothes ecosystem, there's a lot that you can take advantage. There's what we call design, there's fashion, there's stitching that is very specialized, that even young men are now exploring. It's more of those that have a passion in such fashion area are also exploring. So it goes just beyond just making clothes for the export market. So garments, yes, or textile is one of the sectors that we can take advantage of. Over and above that, we have agro-processing. In the North Rift area, this is a rich agricultural area that I know many crops or sectors, many crops are grown here. Just to mention a few, we have avocado, we have, what else do we have within here? We have maize, we have wheat, we have sugarcane. I've seen it's being grown around Nandi County and Trans Nzoia County. We have tea that's grown around Nandi. So within these value chains, there are areas that young men can enter along the value chains. It may be at production level, or it may be at logistic level in terms of having these raw materials being brought to the zone, or it can be at processing level. So at all along the value chains, we can take advantage of the opportunities that exist. Over and above that, we also have pharmaceuticals. Currently, we have about 3 or 4 pharmaceutical companies or companies that produce drugs. Some of those drugs are sold locally, some of those drugs are sold externally. But even within the drug sector, you also have medical supplies that we can take advantage of. We also have ICT, BPOs, business process outsourcing. I'm sure you've heard of such companies such as Samasos and others that provide IT-related services. That's an area that young men can take advantage of in terms of plugging in, and those are some of the companies or areas that really gain a lot of traction in terms of really creating many jobs. Of course, we also have other areas in agro-processing. You've just mentioned a few. We have the food sector, or food processing is also there. We have other crops or other value chains that can be supported within the ecosystem of Wasigishu and the neighboring countries, counties, and Kenya at large. So there's opportunities that young men can look at it. And a good example is that we want to see what we have in Athi River being replicated in other areas. If you come to Athi River now, we have very many young men and women engaged in various professional services. And over and above direct employment, we also have extensive indirect employment that are being created. For our parents, they also have an opportunity to plug in, where they can be producers. They can also see how we can link processors, agro-processors, with the farmers. We're working closely with the KNCCI. We want to map out producers. We want to see their production trends, what they produce. We want to connect them with the processors, so that now a farmer produces knowing that there's a market for whatever products that is producing on his farm. So all those initiatives are putting across is really to make the program attractive and also to retain the investments within the program. And within this region, I find this to be more of a logistical hub. By looking at the location of Wasigishu County, it serves not only the neighboring countries, but also countries. From here, you can easily access Uganda. From here, you can access Rwanda, you can access Burundi, you can access Southern Sudan. From here, you can access Tanzania. So we also want to make this and want to look at opportunities within the EPZ ecosystem that young men can take advantage of in terms of really growing the export base. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very deep. But before we go on, and I want you to ask your questions to Kentrade and the economic processing zone, I have a question for you, Evelyn. Yesterday, you told us that one of the other things you do is if I bought a telephone set from a shop and then it doesn't work as per the guaranteed timelines, I can come back and the owner is playing me games. They don't want to replace, they don't want to give me a new one, they just behaving like he or the Shidayako, and I've already paid. And you said there's a recourse if I came to Kentrade. Are you the one who said that?
I'm not sure whether that's our role as Kentrade, maybe to somebody else, but just continue on here.
So I wanted to know, for the young people, what can they do in the event they have a problem? Is that for counterfeit? That's for counterfeit. Okay, sorry. Then can you answer that before you get onto yours? Bought something from a shop. I go today, I buy a telephone set, and then the telephone set for some reason doesn't work. When I go back to the shop, they can either give back, or they refund my money, or they repair. Should they not do it, I can come back to you and you can sort me out.
Yes, the Anti-Counterfeit Authority is mandated, of course, to take care of counterfeit goods in the country and thus protect the citizenry. Among the complaints we receive, we have different forms of how we handle our cases. And consumer complaints is one of the cases where I think your question aptly falls. So if somebody has sold you something and it is not working, it is highly suspected that that product is counterfeit. So when you come to us, of course, we will receive your complaint. We have our procedure, which is detailed. I don't know whether I can continue now or you give me an opportunity.
I'll give you an opportunity.
So within our mechanisms, we have ways of handling that. Yes, it's true, you can come to us.
Ketrid, now I know your question. Your question is, we have very many exporters, like in the chambers of commerce. We have exporters of avocado, we have people in tea, we have people in coffee, and the things you're telling us from yesterday, I haven't had it on the ground. What are you doing to make sure that people on the ground understand what you're offering and you're supporting us along the way?
Excellent. That's a very good one, Nancy. That's the reason why we're here. Okay? So one of our mandates, other than just implementing the single window system and also facilitating trade, the mandate attached to facilitating trade is creating awareness. Now, we also are not just doing international trade, now we're going domestic. So our mandate has been expanded a little bit. So we're also doing domestic trade. So one of the things now we have embarked on is going now to the counties, creating awareness, because we know a lot of the exports are coming not from Nairobi, they're coming from the counties. And that's why we are now moving from Nairobi to go into the regions so that we're creating awareness so people are aware what is available out there. Because you can be creating all these nice fancy things or systems, but if people don't know about them, then they're not going to help. And so one of the reasons that we're coming into now the counties is so that we can create awareness. So people know there's an info trade, there's a system. So then you know, even as exporters, how then do you to work together so that you're able to maximize on what it is that's available for you. So that's one of our efforts that we're putting in place. It is something that we started for the last 3-4 years now, but now we've become more intentional now to make sure that every quarter we are not just sitting, we are all going now to ensure that we are now helping people understand.
For the EPZ, yesterday your colleague spoke to us and told us that even small farmers can come to you and find a space and an opportunity. Perhaps you can bring your conversation to us at a lower level. As you do, does anybody have a question for Kentrade and EPZ? Any questions? Any questions? Okay. So he'll finish and then I'll go to the anti-counterfeit.
There is a question. There is a question here.
Okay. Let me first get him to answer that, then I take the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. Yes, it is true that even farmers can join the program, the EPZ program. But how will they join the program? Now, because the program has an export orientation, and an ordinary farmer may not have capacity to export outside East Africa, what we are doing is that we are encouraging farmers, first of all, to participate in the program through linkages with existing processors. For instance, where we have an avocado value chain player within the EPZ, we are able to link that processor to with the farmer, so that the farmer does the production, the enterprise that is operating within the program does the value addition, and by valuing it, probably out of it will get other products, avocado oil and others. So is indirectly participating in the program. Now, with the time, we want to cluster farmers, and just to mention about the county aggregation and industrial parks that the government has also constructed. We want to link farmers, group them, have them into some clustered groups that are able to come together, produce, enjoy economies of scale, produce in bulk, maybe process, have some basic processing, or have some collection centers. Now from these collection centers, we can now have the commodities being moved to an EPZ for further processing. So yes, they can participate, but now we want to build their capacity. And lastly, we also collaborate with other agencies that are providing incubation services or facilities, whereby the farmers that are still at production level, or even other producers, not necessarily farmers, if it is maybe other value chain players, they can come together, they're incubated, they are advised, they're provided what you call business advisory services, you build a capacity, they also access some capital or credit from a government agency at a subsidized rate, build their capacity now to be ready to join the export market. So we prepare them for the export market, but through a whole process, so that by the time they get to the export market, they're strong enough to compete globally with other enterprises.
The question, please. Ask your name, give us your name and where you want who you are addressing your question to.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon. I'm Emmanuel from Catholic University. I have two questions. I actually have 4 questions. 3 to the healthcare sector and 1 to EPZ. I don't know if yeah. The first one to the healthcare doctors. What's stopping Kenya from having a 1 patient, 1 medical record already? Is it technology, funding, or policies? The other second question is, what do you think is the biggest challenge in getting hospitals to adopt interoperable systems instead of their own? The third question to EPZ. You mentioned the National Electronic Single Window System saved businesses billions of shillings. From your perspective, what's still the biggest bottleneck in Kenya's import and export process that technology hasn't solved yet? I'm interested in solving real Kenyan problems, and I'd like to hear from your experiences.
Thank you very much. What are you studying at the university?
Right now I'm studying international relations, but I have some knowledge in Python programming, yeah.
Well done, well done. Daktaris, and then we can, I think the other question is to Kentry. Go ahead, Daktari.
So just to get you correctly, your question was on what is stopping us from having a 1 patient, 1 medical record system. And the second question was on what are the challenges we are facing when it comes to interoperable systems. And I would like to answer those 2, because the underlying issue is the same. It's our policies. In fact, if there's one take home we need to go back with, is we do need to improve our policies on data management. We do need to strengthen our unity as counties. It cannot be that when you come to us in Gishu County, that is the only place where your record can be accessible, and even then you have to go to specific hospitals. No, that should not be the case. The government should work on a national data repository. I mean, if we can do it for SHA, why can't we do it for our systems? We have the tools are in our hands. All we need to do is implement them. And this starts with discussions such as these. Thank you. And that's
Thank you, Manu. That was a very good question to resolve. Is that what you asked? Just nod. No, okay. Just quickly, because I think I got that.
Evelyn, we met yesterday. My question wasn't yours. It was directed to EPZ.
Okay.
And if I repeat.
So I thought National Electronic Singles Window is ours, so it's okay. That's fine, Dr. Go ahead.
Okay,
See you, it's yours.
Thank you, Marlon. I think Kentry is better placed because when it comes to single window, I believe what he's asking, it's better addressed by, it can be addressed by much as probably, or maybe you can repeat the question so that we get it, to put it in the right context.
Again. You mentioned the National Electronic Single Window System has saved businesses billions of shillings. From your experience, from your perspective and your experience, what's still the biggest bottleneck in Kenya's import and export process that technology hasn't solved yet?
Okay.
Evelyn, try and answer.
All right. For him, and mostly would be in the exports because EPZ focuses a lot. Then I can respond. You respond.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So I think now we're able to put it into context in terms of what technology has not been able to solve in addressing the import and export trade, right? That's the question, right, Manuel? Good. Now, ICT or technology is an enabler, and it has really transformed how we do business. Previously, we realized that if you're applying for a business permit before you're onboarded, you have to travel from US and come to Kenya and fill the application forms. What you're doing now is that writing on technology, you're able to apply electronically, you're able to do your application from wherever you are if you want to join the export market. So that has positively contributed in terms of turnaround time that we take in onboarding investors. First of all, they're able to have their raw materials, or we're able to register them or to license them within a reasonably shorter time to cut of technology. In terms of exports, producers or exporters within the EPZ program are able to explore markets, one through market research or market analysis in terms of accessing better markets or opportunities, and equally they're able to link up with buyers of their products. And as I said, the products that we get from the EPZ are destined outside East African market. Right-on technology has been able to access such external markets. Technology has also presented its own challenges within the context of import and export. We've had trust issues or ethical issues whereby some buyers or some exporters who are not very vast with the export market got into trust agreements or arrangements with some buyers. They had their goods moved from Kenya to those countries, and in the process they lost part of or some of the proceeds they expected from their buyers. So that again has been a challenge that technology has not been able to, that was not able to address fully in terms of fully exploiting the import and export ecosystem. But again, despite the shortcomings, we're still encouraging. Sorry for that. I talked about ethical issues, whereby riding on technology that some exporters were duped into moving their goods out of the country and ended up not receiving the expected proceeds for the goods that they moved or they sold to some buyers whom they interacted virtually or using the technology. That contributed to some extent towards some of the investors being hesitant in terms of fully exploiting or using technology in the import and export. But again, if you are to join the program, you must be prepared to use technology whichever way, in terms of either getting your raw materials into the country or moving your goods, your finished goods to the market. So those shortcomings, we are handling them, and some of them are actually topical issues or issues that we encounter not only in the import and export space, but it's affecting other sectors. So we are encouraging, and we handle some of those challenges as we encounter them. We are also encouraging some use of some protection systems, whereby over and above relying on technology, we are relying, or we are putting in place or linking up with the embassies in the various countries to provide more background checks or more background information about some buyers or about some importers that are joining the program. So we're exploring many opportunities that technology is unable to fully address. We're also using other collaborative mechanisms to be able to explore or to promote the import and export market.
Thank you. Would you like to add something?
Just a real quick one to Emmanuel, and to just add on to what CEO has said. He's mentioned trust, and I think the biggest challenge has also been mindset. And that technology really cannot resolve, cannot set, because for a long time, and it's changing slowly, many government institutions, and he's spoken from the perspective of importers, exporters, let me speak from the perspective of now the ones that give off the services. For a very long time, many of these institutions work in isolation or in their own silos. We all have our different mandates, so I'm taking care of mine. We're not looking at it collectively as one Kenya. Whatever it is that we do will also have an impact down the road. So mindset has been quite a big challenge, just trying to change some of the things that governments. Again, also remember, everyone has their own mandate, so everyone is protecting their own mandate. So, oh, this one I can do. So if something new is coming, they're all looking at it like, how will it affect me, as opposed to how will it affect the importers and exporters at the end of the day. So really, we're working slowly, and now what a big word that we work with, and Nancy, you mentioned earlier, collaboration. We are looking to work together. We work a lot with ACA, we work a lot with PZ, we work a lot with all these other partner government, Proba, and all of them, so that now we are not looking at serving our stakeholders as individuals, but serving them as a government together. So that is slowly now coming into fruition. It will take time, but it's work in progress.
Thank you very much. I think you have been answered, and in case you need more clarification, they will be around and you can see them. The Anti-Counterfeit Authority. What is the mandate of the Anti-Counterfeit Authority in protecting businesses from counterfeit goods? And we've seen counterfeit goods for real. I now understand even their counterfeit medicines. And how is it supporting how are you supporting the business community and the Kenyans in addressing? We find it is in everything. How are you protecting us Kenyans?
Thank you for the question. The Anti-Counterfeit Authority is a government institution that was established under the Anti-Counterfeit Act of 2008, and the office came into operation in the year 2010. Its main objective, or among its main mandate, is combating the trade in counterfeit goods, training and awareness. We also have the mandate of advising government on policy in relationship to counterfeits, coordination both locally, regionally, and internationally, and in enabling us to achieve our mandate, we have been given targets that must be accomplished. These targets are in all areas, and the leading area is enforcement, where I know everybody is interested in. But before I go to enforcement, I would like to bring it home here, that we are here because of the mandate of awareness. And in the mandate of awareness is where we sit here and try and educate people on our mandate and tell them that we are here to promote trade and not your enemies. How are we promoting trade? We protect IP rights. IP rights, for those who do not understand, IP rights are in different categories. We have copyrights, we have patents, we have industrial designs, and geographic indications. For young entrepreneurs like you in the room here, depending with your field, please, when you come up with an innovation that falls in any of those categories, ensure that you protect your IP rights. How do you protect it? First, ensure that you are the owner. For you to be the owner, you have to register your IP right with the Kenya Intellectual Property Institute, which in short form is called KIPI, and you can find it online. Once you are the rightful owner of that IP right, then the Anti-Counterfeit Authority was established to assist you in protecting that IP right. And how do we protect the IP right for you? We protect the IP right through enforcement. How do we enforce? Enforcement, we have 3 ways of enforcement. The first one is that as an IP right owner, you have the right to come and report to us that I am the owner of this intellectual property, yet somebody is infringing on it. How is he infringing on it? He's infringing on it because he's either imitating your innovation or he is using your innovation without consent. Once you come to us, the ACA, we have inspectors out in the field. They will pick up your complaint. They will investigate it. Investigation, part of the investigative process is whereby they will visit your premises because they have police powers, which means that they have the powers to enter, search, and if the goods therein are suspected to be counterfeit, then they'll be seized. The second way is Suomoto. Suomoto is where the trained anti-counterfeit inspectors who have been trained in the various goods on their own volition or through intelligence, they can visit your premises and seize suspected counterfeit goods. The third way is through consumer complaints, where as a consumer, you've bought an item and you feel that what you've bought does not fit the bill, is not value for money. Then you also have the right to come to us and we'll initiate investigations where we have sufficient grounds that the said item is counterfeit, then we will seize it. What happens after seizure? What happens after seizure is to protect business people. The Act has given timelines for how long the Anti-Counterfeit Authority is supposed to handle the issues. And the timeline is a maximum of 90 days. That is 3 months. Within these 3 months, they're supposed to have investigated the issue. If the goods are genuine, then the goods should be returned within those 3 months. If the goods are not genuine, then we have two other ways. One, if you accept that indeed I didn't know that the goods are fake, they are counterfeit, then you can seek an out-of-court way, which we call it compounding, where you forfeit the goods to the state and you'll be fined some money for storage and destruction, and then you will not have any further legal issues that will follow you. If you dispute and insist that the goods are genuine, then we will go to court, where we'll go to court and court will make a determination. And when we're going to court, it will be a criminal matter, so with criminal implications. Once that process is finished, the goods that have been seized will be destructed. And if you've been following up, I think you're aware that we always do annual destructions. Since inception, we've seized counterfeit goods around for 4.5 billion. And so far, we've destructed goods worth 1.87 billion. The rest are still in our godowns because of legal issues, litigations, and what have you. So the Anti-Counterfeit Authority essentially is supposed to be your partner. Because if, for example, you are the IP right owner and we do not protect you, there is loss. And why? Not only the IP right owner, the loss also is to other stakeholders. The stakeholders here are the government, number one. The government will lose revenue. Because if you're not a protected IP right owner, the goods are counterfeit. We do not even know how they came in. We do not know how they are manufactured. If you come in with your complaint, how will we track where these goods came from? So the government will lose revenue, number one. Number two, loss of employment. Because the genuine IP owner, you have your innovation and you've monetized it. After monetization, somebody imitates and brings in a cheaper version. You see, you will not survive. And you as the IP right owner, you will not survive in that market. If I take you to alcohol, the majority of us are consuming illicit alcohol. And it's because of repackaging. I know we have a porous border and unscrupulous business people are bringing in ethanol, picking bottles, repackaging, and selling to Wananchi. The government cannot operate with a sick nation because we need a healthy nation for the government to prosper. So that's why we are there to protect you. And the last one, which is more important, is for security. Counterfeiting is one of the illicit trades in the world, and research has shown, and investigations have shown that illicit trade contributes to terrorism in the world. At your small level, you may think I'm just hustling and making my money, but behind you, the manufacturers and what have you, there's a very big syndicate, and the big syndicate is funded by proceeds of illicit trade, and counterfeiting is one of them. So, as an organization, we are here to tell our young people that please, let's join hands, innovate, but after innovating, make sure that you monetize. And you cannot monetize if you cannot protect your innovation. And if you protect your innovation, we are there to assist you, because we are in 5 regions within the country. We have the Eldoret, we have an office in Nyeri, we have an office in Mombasa, we have an office in Nairobi, and we are in border and entry points within Kenya. So please, let's team up, and so that we walk this journey together, because if you're authentic, I think you're in a better place than dealing in counterfeit goods.
Asante sana, let's give it up for him. We are coming to the end of our session, and our last panelist for today is Savo. Jeff, what role does the private sector play in delivering sustainable and affordable urban development?
Well, thank you. I'll start by saying, about 15 years ago, it would have been impossible to purchase an apartment in the middle of Parklands or Kilimani, starting with about 50,000 or 35,000 a month. Yeah, so we make it accessible for investors to start with the little disposable income they have to buy an apartment. And these apartments are not just simply apartments, they are modern apartments, American style. Yeah, so we build right in the middle of business parks. We build close to highways so that the target market, which is young professionals, people in campus, people starting out in their first jobs, they have an opportunity to participate in the economy conveniently. Yes. So I'll try to answer this question in three spheres. So number one is lifestyle. When I talk about lifestyle, it's the kind of life the tenants live in these buildings. So it's the community that we enable. When you look at the average age of a Kenyan right now, who might know the average age of a Kenyan right now? Well, I'll just tell you, it's about 20 years of age. Yeah, and this demographic is underserved in terms of housing. So you find that people between 18 to 35, these are people that are starting out in life. They don't have a big family. So what would you do with a 3-bedroom apartment? So we try to customize functional spaces for these people, studios, 1 bedroom, sikianda sana 2 bedroom, yeah. And then in these apartments, they are facilitated with internet connectivity. Some of them have rooftop swimming pools. Some of them have community spaces. So when you're in the building, you don't even need to go to town to shop. You just go downstairs. There's enough. What do we call it? There's enough commercial spaces for you to purchase whatever it is you need. So the lifestyle we enable these young people, young professionals, is very convenient for them. And by living there, by living in a Savo apartment, these tenants play a bigger role. That is the impact, for lack of a better word, the pockets of the investors. So let's say you bought a Savo apartment today. You bought it, let's say here in Tunajenga hapa opposite Kapsoya Business Park. You start paying with 37,000 a month. After 5 years you're done, you have your studio apartment. You didn't have to know construction, go down where to source cement, where to source steel. You didn't know, you didn't have to know, what do we call them, foremen, to build your apartment. We take all that burden off your shoulder. And then once you have the apartment as an investor, we also look for tenants for you. So at no point will you be advertising for tenants. Nyumba ikiharibika, maybe plumbing, at no point will you be talking to the tenant and fixing the broken pipes. If painting is needed in the house, at no point will you go and look for painters to paint the house. And as long as your apartment has a tenant, at the 10th of each month, second sphere of the people we enable. So number one is the tenants, the young professionals, the investors. And then finally, number three, when these two spheres are working together, it creates impact. So once a Savo apartment comes up, it creates employment for, I don't know if any one of you have seen a Savo apartment before, but we build huge projects with about 200 to, the largest we have is about 900 apartments. Okay. Mama Fuas, this creates employment for, you know, Mama Mbogas. They are able to take their children to school. Yeah. So the kind of impact we bring to a society once a Savo apartment comes up is very hard to miss. So yeah, that's Savo in a nutshell. We don't take people to Savo National Park to see elephants. Yeah, we enable investors to, you know, participate in passive income early. Earlier on today, let me just try to appreciate the person who was talking about financial literacy here as, you know, as a young or maybe woman or a young lady in business. And she talked about something, budgeting. She talked about budgeting. So most of the time when you budget, number one inakuanga kujirudishia shukrani. And then the rest, you know, you have to pay your rent and you have to buy food and all that. And then at the end of the day, you have nothing saved for yourself. Ideally, according to this, I don't know how many people have read The Richest Man in Babylon. Number one should be at least 10% jilipe. And just keep it for yourself. Let it sit in the bank. So, and then don't let it rot there. Put it to work. Put it to work. Invest it in a profitable investment. In the Bible, in the parable of the talents, the people who, you know, buried their coins, the master took it away from them. So in Savo, we enabled you, ukisave kidogo, tunaweza jenga. And by the time you finish paying for your house, we'll help you look for the tenants, we'll help you generate passive income for generations.
Thank you very much. Yeah. In a nutshell, what he's saying is, I know you have a question, but I will not take any questions. I will only one. I'll only take your question. In a nutshell, what he's saying is that today you can get a home in an easy way, payment plan. You don't need to build, get contractors, deal with cement, deal with the painters. They will give you a one-stop shop for everything to do with the home. I'll take your question as they prepare for their final thoughts, and then we finish, yeah?
All right, thank you so much, Mudoni. Allow me to start by saying Kamau is my name, and allow me to first thank the panelists. It is awesome, it is rich. It got me leaning forward from the start. Now, my question goes to the healthcare team, and I wish to appreciate the tip-top exhibition by all of us, but let me zoom into St. Luke's. St. Luke's, and it's a thumbs up to you, because you, as I was walking through the exhibition booths, I realized that you have embraced technology in handling a lot of issues that are affecting the society in the prosthetics. I don't know whether I've said it right. You can correct me, Dr. Ngari. So my questions are just two. Number one, please tell us, which parts of the body can access that? Because I just saw upper and lower limbs. And you're aware that we have people who require, including maybe breasts, those who have been maybe cut out of anything, maybe a disease or something. And number two, I want to tie it with what Dr. Kemboy from Real talked about.
I'm being told my time is up.
Yeah, what
yes.
Dr. Kemboy talked about in terms of costing. How are you able to reach out to those people who cannot afford, and what is the extremity of the amount when it comes to the prosthesis?
Asante sana. Daktari, a quick one, please.
Thank you, Kamau. You've touched on a subject that is very close to my heart, especially as an orthopedic specialist. Prosthetics, generally, you need to look at them in terms of number one, function, and number two, aesthetics. That is, do you want something that can have the ability of the part you lost, or do you just want something that can give a look and avoid, the discomfort of having to show a stamp? Huh? For St. Luke's, we partner with all ears, fingers, hands, you name it. But it is a process. If you or you have someone or a loved one who requires such, please come, it is a process you go through. As such, please come, it is a process you go through the molding, the fitting, and we also embrace 3D printing technology, whereby we're able to your size, your length, your color, even down to texture. We're able to restore function. For example, if you lost the hand here at the elbow, we're able to give you not just a simple hook for grabbing things, but we're also taking into consideration motors that connect to the body, and even with a thought or with a to control a robotic arm and be able to do the things you were able to do before. So technology, I'd say again, we have 3D printing. Again, in terms of fitting, and of course we have the materials themselves.
Asante sana. It's time for lunch. I think we are 1 minute away from lunch. May I take this opportunity to thank each one of you. Our panelists will be around. You can meet them and engage them personally, but I'll say that we've come to a close of this session, and we'll see you in the afternoon. Asanteni sana, and we can start to go for lunch as our
Excuse me, there is some gifts.
Yes, the
for the
KCCI
panelists.
can give us the gifts,
Lillian
as the
and
other
Alice.
people can continue for lunch. Thank you.
Nancy, if I may, just a challenge to the young people here on the question of patient queues. Perhaps this is something you can put to mind. Think about how we can innovate digital systems to help slow down patient queues and such. Feel free to visit us at St. Luke as well as at Real Hospital for further discussion on this subject. Thank you.
1 minute, and I just requested the MC to give me moderator. I just want to mention, first of all, it's very good that you've come. Young people, take advantage of such forums. It's very important for you to get information that's coming out to us. Number two, collaborate. Work together as a team. Sometimes you might have an idea, but you don't know who to work with. Once you work together, you're able to go further when you work together. Last but not least, government agencies, government, state corporations will have opportunities for youth and the young women and the youth. So if you are 30% of all procurement opportunities are available to you, work together so you can take advantage of such opportunities. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will proceed for lunch. Asanteni sana. The chambers, please come in. And
as we proceed, 1 minute. For innovators, please, there will be a public policy participation on policy on IP next week on Wednesday at Pioneer. Please come and know how you'll be affected, because it's policy that drives what the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, we are visiting the zone, our EPZ in the afternoon. The PS industry will be there. Those of us that can find time, please join us near Rivertex. Thank you.
Yes, not yes. Let's give a round of applause to them. That was very rich, very professional minds, insights there. Yeah, you know your field. Congratulations. We have a few gifts for you. And the first gift, we can begin from there. Sample. Receive your gift. Congratulations.
Before you leave, just remember we are going to the zone, the EPZ zone. Please register. There is somebody behind there. The buses are here to take us. Tafadhali, let's take advantage of that. Thank you.
Can't read, you can receive your gift. Congratulations.
One more. Yes, that's it.
Counterfeit, Counterfeit Authority anti-counterfeit. Congratulations. Thank you for educating us.
Remember their booths. You can visit the booths. Don't leave before you visit the booths. And this afternoon we'll have an interesting panel with the financial institutions. They'll be telling you how you too can get your finances sorted. Thank you.
Real Hospital. Congratulations. St. Luke's Hospital. Last and not least, thank you so much. Yeah, we can all take a photo. We can stand and take a photo.
Club as we introduce our DJ utatupa mziki kitu. We want to introduce our panelists today, this afternoon. And our first panel comes from a reputable bank, KCB Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our seat. Our next guest is from Transnet Insurance Brokers, Mr. Edwin. Karibu sana, tumkaribishe kwa makofi. Thank you so much. Our next panelist is from Insurance, Mr. Male Mtoto Mwanza. Wapi makofi yake? Asante sana, thank you so much. We also want to welcome one of our panelists from Bank of Baroda. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Naveen Agrawal. Wapi makofi yake? Thank you so much. Karibu sana. We are going to introduce our moderator of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Help me welcome CPA Dorothy Chepkoech. Wapi makofi yake? Karibu sana. Tutakaa huku because of the camera. So, ladies and gentlemen, will not take much of your time. I know our moderator will take note of that. So, be attentive so that we can take some few questions from you. I want to hand over the session to our moderator. Karibu sana.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Yes. Sasa hapa kuna wase wa pesa. Mumechukua jina na contact. So if you want your businesses to be financed, if you want your risks to be managed, we have the right people here on the panel. So we have people from the commercial banks, we have people from the insurance, and we're expecting someone from central bank. So this is an ecosystem. The commercial banks are regulated by central bank. I think also at some point, because of the financial institution aspect of insurance, there's an aspect of regulation there. And then, so we have very good looking gentlemen. Are you worried that there's no lady there? Is it a man's world? Okay, so we have 1 hour to go through this discussion. The business is doing well, and whenever you go into business, there are risks that come with it. So we also want to have our businesses to, understand the risks that what can be done about them. So that's the discussion we are talking about today. It's not about banks really. It's not about money really. It's about confidence. Do people have confidence in our businesses? Do people have confidence in our banking system? Do people have confidence that the risks that will come across will actually be managed and mitigated for us to be able to process, or to continue with the businesses we are doing successfully? How many of us understand the risks that we face in the businesses that we do? How many of us have listed them down? Do we know what risk is? One said a very strong yes. Can they help us define it? What is a risk?
There is a strong yes.
Yes, it's a very strong yes, I heard it. What's a risk?
Well, a risk per se may be, may not phrase it in the exact definition, but it is a hurdle that can be overcome, and the result of it can be either positive or negative, and that is why there is a saying, high risk and there is a high reward. So the reward may come as a result of that risk, or a very big loss may come as a result of that loss or of that risk.
Thank you very much. He's captured it excellently. So the risk is that uncertainty, that something can either go very wrong, therefore either give you successful achievement of your objectives or not. So we manage risks. One of the ways you manage it is sharing it out. So you pay a premium and insurance takes care of that for you when it occurs. Okay, what about finance? Do you need finance to start your business or to run it? So finance is the money, right? The funding that you go to a bank, apply financed. And investment is what you're doing. Investment is how do we ensure that you continuously produce.
My name is Toromo Kemoy. Formerly, I He was the branch manager, KCB. Happy to be here and to share some insights as far as this discussion of SME is concerned. And as a bank, we actually take the issue of SME very seriously, because we realize that as a country, 40% of our GDP is actually from SMEs. And in terms of provision of employment, approximately 15 million Kenyans are under SME, either directly or indirectly. So as a bank, we actually have ways in which we try as much as possible to support the businesses, especially the SMEs, although we know that we still have gaps as far as financing SME in this country is concerned. The gap which is there in the country for financing of SME is approximately 3.3 trillion Kenya shillings. That is a gap between the amount of money which is required by our business people bank are supposed to provide. So as a bank, we have initiatives, we have come a long way trying to understand are not traditionally being looked at, because one of the things that we are seeing is that as far as SME is concerned, we, for a long time, the lending institutions were using the traditional methods of maybe assessing customers and trying to see if they can qualify for some financing. So, so the banks currently, what they are doing is to try and use now the technology to try to assess customers using AI, using data analytics. And that is why you will realize that even an SME customer currently can access money even through their phones without the collaterals and such things. So that is what we do in the bank, but we have an array of products to address the uniqueness of any business. If it is a small business, a medium or a big business. And when I say uniqueness, we know there are businesses that, because some are seasonal. For example, if you are a farmer, you do your farming and you only harvest once and you sell once. So such customers need to have a specialized kind of product so that it addresses that specific need. And I know the other issues that normally come up is the issue of collateral, which many people are unable to maybe have that kind of collateral so that they can be able to access maybe money in the bank. So as the lending institution, I think there is a lot of work which is happening now to address any gap which is there, and more so getting to mobilize resources so that we can be able to lend to the SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just do your introduction, what you do.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, and thanks to Madam Coordinator, and thanks to all the members at the dais. And how are you, Jacob? I came in Kenya around 1 year before, and since then I am trying to learn little bit Swahili so that I can know your cultures, I know something about you. And I am Naveen Adol from Bank of Baroda. I came, my bank came in Kenya in 1953. You know, the Kenya is independence in 1963, but we are here since 1953. Almost 73 years we have a presence in Kenya. And we are serving all the customers, not only the Asians. I heard from many of the people, they are saying that the Bank of Baroda is only for the Asians. But no, we are for all the peoples. We have so many customers who are the local, who are the Kenyans. We have financed them, we have opened their accounts, we have helped them to grow their business, we have supported him and also we have countries. If you talk about the Uganda, we have the branches in Uganda, we have the branches in Tanzania, we have the branches in Mauritius, Fiji, New Zealand, Sydney, UK, and we have our wholesale branch in USA. So all over the world we have 80 branches. And itself in India, we have 9,000 branches, and in Kenya right now we are having 14 branches, but we are planning to expand 2 to 3 more branches in the coming year. So later on, as soon as our business will grow, we will increase the number of branches. So I thank you all, and I welcome you all on behalf of Bank of Baroda. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mali Toto Mwanza, and I represent AAR, insurer in the country. Last year we closed at number 2, and we are proud to be here at KNCCI. I think this is our 4th installment. We've been with this particular of KNCCI throughout. We remain the platinum sponsors. So to be here, AAR Insurance has a wide array of options, and I'm glad, Dorothy, when you started. And I think that's majorly what we are going to talk about. Mnasemanga watu wa insurance ni? Shout. Kuna mwenye amesema wazuri, mnakubaliana na hiyo? So I think a lot of what we are doing as insurance people is kusafisha rada, kusafisha jina, to say, and when you look at me, and I think I struggle with this, and okay, I represent Wezi, it's a bit of a struggle, but the biggest issue that we have with insurance in the country is a lack of awareness. And I think that's what we are trying to do here, and I think my colleague Edwin will also elaborate further, that we are trying to make sure that you know and understand what insurance is, where it comes in your business, and the importance of it. So thank you so much. That's me.
Yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Edwin Masharia. I am the CEO and Principal Officer at Transnep Insurance Brokers. And what do we do at Transnep? We help SMEs to understand the business risks that they face. We help them to structure appropriate insurance solutions, and we work with them the entire journey, from the point where you sign up or get the cover, or the point where we take you through the exclusions, the benefits, the claims processes. So we work with you through that whole journey. And we are really proud to be here today. We believe we are the #1 broker in this region because we do support a lot of you. And that was one of the reasons why we felt we needed to be part of this conversation. So I look forward to engaging with you and hoping that we will learn 1 or 2 things from this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've heard from Toromo that KCB focuses and tries to really support the SME by providing credit, right? And Toromo has really elaborated on that. Then we have Navi Kumar, who said he's around the world, everywhere. So if you want to break your borders and do your business, import, export, Navi Kumar has a branch in New York, in the UK, Upper Uganda, and he's learning Kiswahili, so in the process you can teach him some more Kiswahili. Then you have, the name I remember is Mtoto. Anakaa Mtoto? So Mtoto here tells us that we really need to learn, understand what insurance is, so that we don't look at it as the devil, but look at it as something that can enable our businesses. Then finally from Transnep, he said is the biggest in the region. Had you heard about them before today? Yes.
I've seen a couple of heads shaking. Like, yes, yako ni kubwa sana. So I'll move quickly to the questions because you have 1 hour to do this. And the first question goes to the KCB regional manager, Toromo. And the question is, we really know that SMEs are the backbone of the economy in Kenya. That's the people we keep trying to support. And the question that we are asking you is, you've said you have beautiful products, you have even funding to support it, yet they still struggle to access that credit. And you've mentioned one of the reasons is maybe they don't have the right books of account or other reasons. So the question we are asking is, how is KCB addressing this challenge? You can tell us briefly, and as you address that question, understand that the people here are youth man or people who are trying to come to the bank. What is it that is a challenge in accessing that credit, and how are you addressing it?
Thank you very much. So I've done a bit of introduction as far as SME is concerned, and as KCB, we realize that access to credit, and more so for SME, has been a challenge. And even when we look at generally the borrowers within the KCB bank, you realize that SME will carry around 35% or 40%. I think the issue now is with all the branches, like for example in Eldoret, we have currently we have 6 branches. But still you find that access or the number of customers who normally walk in to access that credit is still a challenge. So number one, I said the gap. When you look at the lending institutions, normally they lend money which they collect from the customers. So you will realize that after they collect the money, then they will apportion sector-wise the amount of money they are going to lend. So for example, there is money which the bank will say, we are allocating this amount to SME, this amount to micro, corporate, and something like that. So the first thing which the bank has to do is to mobilize these resources. Can be channeled to SME, and this is what number one is to partner with international lenders and get a line of credit that is specific to SME. So for example, KCB has partnered with PBI, that is British International Investment, and they were able to get a loan of 12.9 billion in the last 1 year, and this money is supposed to go into SMEs and specifically lending to women and green lending. So any business which is within that can benefit from that. And again, number two, with African Development, another line of credit to support SMEs. And this one is normally SMEs. And that is one way. So the bank has allocated 250 million in the next 5 years to support SMEs for female-led and male enterprises. Those are women businesses. And we have seen, even with the financing which we are getting, part of it is used for training, capacity building, and mentorship. So far, for women, we've trained 17,000 customers in Kenya. And the number of women who have benefited from this line of credit in the country is 807,000 customers. So now, once we have funds which are available, then the next thing is, what is the challenge? Access. So normally, the biggest challenge, which everybody knows, is the interest rate. So people say the interest rate is high because so we cannot borrow that money. But again, now we are in an era whereby we are using something we are calling risk-based rating. So your interest rate and the other person is different. So the way you are conducting your account, the way you are repaying your loans, is the way we will assess you as a person. So rating different from B or C. So number one, the interest rate is one of the challenge. But if you have a good record in terms of the way you are operating your account and the way you are repaying your loans, the interest rate should be affordable for you. Then number two is the collaterals, which I know traditionally we ask for either fixed asset, a building or land. Those ones are off for the young people, because I see majority of the people here are maybe young, they may not be having those kind of assets. So what have we done? Because of innovation and of course continually trying to innovate and find solutions, currently we have unsecured loans for SMEs. So number one, if you walk into our branches, any of our branches, you will be told that there is a credit scoring in your account, whereby through technology, data analytics and all that, we have been able to assess your operation of the account and given you a limit. So if you'll find somebody has a limit, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, even up to 10 million. So we have loans which we give without security, unsecured for businesses, and they are there. So that normally up to 10 million, which you can take advantage. So that should reduce the issue of access in terms of security. And then number two, there are other flexible ways of accessing that credit, leave alone the issue of assets. So if you have money, we have what we call cashback. Maybe you have a deposit where you done for yourself, maybe a fixed deposit or money market. You can go to the bank and ask for money against that, and the bank will give you. You can also have an option, maybe you bought shares some times back, and you want those shares, you can bring them as security. You can pledge the shares as security. Then if that one is not available, you can go to, you have other option of using even your household assets. The kind of things you have, a TV at home, you can use, if you have seats, if you have anything which is in your house, you can use them as collateral, so that, or security, so that you can access. And then even sometimes, even animals, we use. And then when it comes to acquiring an asset, for example, if you want to buy a machine or a vehicle, those ones are self-securing. So if your data is okay, and when you assess you are able to pay, then you can just go get that asset. If it is a logbook, we'll retain it as security and then we can lend you money. If it is a machine, the machine as security. So there is a lot of innovation. You will find that already you have been assigned, depending on how you operate your account. And that is money you can access immediately. So for example, if you have a limit of 200 in your mobile banking, you can just go to our mobile app as a bank, and we will continually innovate and see the best way to give the products which are suitable for the customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So he has addressed access, and he has addressed the cost of credit, which he said, depending on how you operate, it will be tailored to that. He's also talked about collateral, which he's explained the kinds of funding that you can access without much collateral. And when he'll be giving us his parting shot, he'll tell you what the relationship, how you start it. So thank you very much, Toromo. We'll go to Navi. Navi, you are the international banker. And our question is, we are really trying to close that balance of payment gap, import-export. So what are the options that you have for these young people if they want to import, if they want to export, if they want to expand into the region? What solutions are there? And what kind of financing solutions would you advise the young people to consider in that case?
Thank you, Monitor. Thank you for this question. And first of all, when we talk about the international trade, right now if you see that all the economy is interconnected. We cannot live in the world without thinking of the globalization, without thinking of the interconnecting business. So like if you see the figures, as a Kenya, we are exporting around $22 billion every year. And total GDP of our country is around 147 billion. So almost 15 to 17% we are in the export. And also, if you have a export capacity, if you have a very good quality products or very good quality services, you can earn more income. It can increase your income, it can increase your living standard. As you know that no country is self-sufficient. Even the country like USA, country like China, they are not the self-sufficient. They have to import the things from the outside. In the many of the things, Kenya is very good. They can export to other country. But some of the things we require from the other country to import to our country. Like in the case of the petroleum, in the case of the diesel, in the recent war between USA and Iran has increased the petroleum prices by 25%. And because of that, your inflation rate has gone to the 6.6%. Even though your GDP is growing by 5.3%, but your inflation is going by 6.6%. Means whatever you are earning, earlier you used to bring the material of some material for 100 shillings, for the same material you have to pay around 107 shillings. So export import is a part and parcel of the life, and every economy, when it grows, if the export will grow, their economy will grow. If import will grow and export will not grow, your balance will go down. That is the trade deficit. So your country's ceiling, your country's currency will go down. And we as a banker, we are supporting in many ways to increase your export and import. Like if you have a manufacturing industry in Kenya, so you need the machinery, you need the raw material, you need the machinery to process in your factory. So to import that machinery, you import that from the China. Some of the textile machinery, if you have the textile industry, you have to import from the Germany. And also like the vehicle, like you are using the Toyota vehicles. In Kenya, we are using mostly Toyota, or if go for the commercial, we are using the Ford, Isuzu, that comes from the other country. And also like in the manufacturing, in the hardware sector, if you see, like they are doing the manufacturing here, they are making the Mabati, they are making the pipes, they are making the tanks, all other things. But for making that, they need the machinery. From where that machinery will come? That machinery are mostly coming from the China. So when you are importing from China, you need the finance. Because most of the case, you are not willing to pay all the money to the exporter. Because you are not sure that when you will pay the money, they are going to send that machinery to you. Might be there is some confusion, might be there is some problem, there is some other things that you will not receive the machinery and your money will go waste. So there we are providing the LC, that is called letter of credit. We can give the letter of credit on behalf of you to the exporter. And on the basis of that, the exporter will dispatch the machinery. Once you will receive the machinery, then you can make the payment. Also in that LC, you can have up to 180 days as a timeline to pay your LC. If you don't have money right now, you can take a credit. After 180 days, you can apply that LC. Apart from that, if you are the exporter and you have got a very good order from the other country and you want to prepare that order, for that you need the finance. We are doing the pre-shipment finance on the basis of your confirmed order. If you have the order, you want to purchase the raw material, other things, we are there. We will help you to purchase the raw material, we will help you to purchase the machinery and all other things to complete your order. And also once your order is dispatched, we can convert that pre-shipment to the post-shipment. We are there also, we are financing that one. And apart from that, like if you need any OD facility, like overdraft facility for your day-to-day banking, we are providing the limit. We are providing a limit up to the 20% of your turnover. And many of the cases, like if you have the extra order, you have the order which is going to be executed in next 3 months, 6 months, on the basis of that also we can give you the working capital. We are doing the asset finance also. And up to 90% we are giving, like you have a 0 mileage commercial vehicles, or you have a 0 mileage your personal vehicles, we are financing up to 90%. Apart from that, like you have done the export, you have the bill, you have the LC, you can come to us, we are discounting the LC also. Like you have dispatched the goods of around 100 million. We can give you up to 80-85 million as advance against that. Right now, you can utilize it. You can increase your business, you don't have any liquidity problem. And apart from that, when you start your regional business, like in Kenya, within the border, if you need any assistance like OD facility, like machinery, you want to purchase machinery, we have the asset finance. We are financing 75%, 80%. And also I request all of you guys, you are the young guys, you start making your CIV, your credit report. You take a small loan and pay it on timely. Because when we are, as a banker, we are going to give you a loan, we access your CIV reports. When you are finding that you have not taken a loan any time earlier, so we are not able to judge that how good your credit report. So if you are planning to start a business, if you are planning to do something in the future, it is better to start early, take some little loan, pay it on time so that your credit history will be good. And also one request is that if you are taking any loan, try to pay on the time, because it will help you to increase your business. Why? Because in the future, if you need more money, if you need more loan, like I am a banker, I have many of the clients. If some client coming to me and their history is very good, they are paying all their dues on time, I will not take a time to give them the more loan. I can approve that loan within 1 day, and my head office can approve on the same day on the recommendation of me by seeing their credit report. So apart from that, if you have any question, if you want to know anything about the credit, I am here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Navi. So Navi has talked about letters of credit, but the one that I want you to remember is your credit history. So msichukuange loan alafu mnazima your line, alafu mnachukua ingine. So make sure you have a clean credit history, and also build it so that when the bankers look at you, they see that you have a history of taking loans and paying. There's a saying, I was a banker for 17 years before I retired, and I did, in my master's, I did research on repayment, or the challenges with repayment of loans in Kenya. And my finding was that Kenyans actually take loans with no intention of paying. Is that true? Nachukua na mupangi kulipa. So he is explaining.
But as a banker, I can give the reply. It is not true. If I say that in my bank, in Bank of Baroda, all the local people who have taken the loan from us, they are paying on time. They don't have a single day DPD.
Farmers.
Apart from that, other people who have taken the loan, they have the DPD. So I think the Kenyans are well disciplined in the financial decisions and in that they reduce.
Okay. Thank you very much. So you can talk to Kumar for the details on that. Next we have Mtoto. And the question we are asking is, many businesses view insurance as an expense rather than an investment. So people would rather lose an object and buy again than pay a premium for them to secure that asset or business. And the question you're asking is, why should risk management be part of every business strategy? Why should people be concerned about risks? Why should they think of you as a solution as opposed to Sumbua?
Thank you, Dorothy. I think I started by saying we have perceptions about insurance. I'll start by telling you, and I hope this is a known statistic, currently the insurance penetration in Kenya, percentage-wise, is about 2.3%. So 2.3% of Kenyans are insured. And the main reasons for this are three. One is a lack of awareness, what products are there, what solutions are there. Two is a perception of it being a want more than it is a need. And thirdly, which I'm sure a lot of us will agree, is we think insurance is very expensive. So in terms of it being Sumbua, I would understand that if you've not looked back and asked yourself, as a business owner, as a young person, what would happen today if I got sick, for example? What would happen if my camera, which is my asset, and that is what I'm using to earn money, is damaged? What would I do? I'll come down to a simple thing as an iPhone. A lot of us young people, we have the latest phones. What would happen if that phone cracks a screen? And I'm sure you can relate with it. If it's an iPhone and it cracks a screen, you're almost buying an Econo through a screen. So what happens in that case? If you're a farmer here in Wasingishu, what happens if there is no harvest, if there's a drought? If there's mandamano today and you are driving across the road and your windscreen is hit by a stone, what happens? And I think that's the most important thing, is to identify the risk. So you've asked, why should we be risk managers? That is exactly the point. What would happen if this and this happen? And that's where the role of insurance comes in. The role of insurance is to take you back to your original position and to settle that claim for you. In my other life, I ran a podcast, it's called the Truth Be Told podcast, and we focus on demystifying insurance and bringing in a language that is simple to understand. We have been known as insurance people to use a lot of jargon. We have a lot of words that we assume people understand. And so what we are trying to do right now as AR and as insurance people is to bring out insurance in a way that you can understand. For example, and as you identify risks, there are many ways. There are many ways to look at it. There is environmental risks, there is social risks, there is political risks, which I've addressed with Mandamano and the likes. There is legal risks. Did you know that if you take up a contract or a job, for example, you can be sued for not delivering or for delivering shoddy work? Or someone can, a worker or someone in a construction site can fall down and you're sued for that. And nowadays, by the lawyers are very, very keen. You're hit on the roadside and immediately a lawyer is like, I can help you get compensated. So sometimes we look at it from the beneficiaries. Most of the time we look at it as the person suing and benefiting. But because I'm talking to business owners here, I want you to look at it as someone suing you. So we say, do you have a professional indemnity cover? For that phone, or that laptop, or that camera that you're using, do you have a domestic package? A domestic package cover averages about 3,000 to 5,000 on a minimum for a year. 5,000 shillings for a year, you've covered almost everything in your house and you don't have to be the owner of the house. We have things like personal accident cover. Those of you who drive, I'm sure you know this by now, that your car insurance only insures the car. Do we know that? That you as the driver, you're not insured by your motor insurance cover. And so what you need to do is to take up a personal accident cover. So if an accident happens and you are driving along the road, you need to have a personal accident cover as the driver. That can go as low as 643 shillings. With AR, you have a cover for 643 shillings per year. And you subscribe to a 250,000 limit. So for 643 shillings, you're covered for 250,000. So what we are saying is the risks are there, the need is there. The question is, how do you identify it well, so that then we are able to cover you? And then in terms of understanding that, we are available. And there's insurance agents. We have about 15,000 registered insurance agents in the country, and some of them are here. Do we have insurance agents in the house? Please, if you can stand so that watu wakujue baada ya hapa, unaenda unaongelesha huyo jamaa, unamuuliza, what cover can I get for my business? We only have one. Oh, okay. They're quite a number. So please go visit these people. Wanakaa wezi kweli? Yeah, so they will be able to help you understand risks, the risks that you face as a business, and how much you need to pay to be covered. We are located here at Troopers Mall as well, our offices, so you don't need to go too far. We have Transnep, is the biggest broker in the region as well. There are about 150 brokers in the market, and brokers are just basically, they're bigger agents, they're bigger institutions, and they'll be able to sort you, and I'm sure he'll explain more. So that's their job, is to come and identify that risk for you, and then we proceed in insuring that risk. So I think Dorothy, the issue is understanding that risk. Finally, on the issue of insurance being expensive, I think I've already given you several examples of types of insurance that are quite affordable. But even if the insurance is expensive, for example, your car insurance is 100,000, we have what we call insurance premium financing, which is what the banks are giving as loans, and you will take up a loan which will have very minimal interest, not similar to the other facilities. The bank will pay, or the institution will pay the money to us, and you pay the bank pole pole. So there are many options. We have one of our partners, Fin Credit, who also have a stand here today, and they offer insurance premium financing. So there are options towards this conversation called insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then we will go to Edwin. The question is, how can SMEs make informed decisions when choosing insurance products that match their specific business needs? So how do they know this one is what I need? Instead of just taking a product that is out there, how do they make that assessment?
Thank you, Dorothy, and I think that's a fantastic question. I want to start by building up from what my colleague Mtoto here has spoken about. I am sure all of us, you've at one time woken up and felt, okay, today is a good day to buy a new phone, a new car, a new shoe, right? But is there any one of you who has ever woken up and said, today is a good day to go and buy insurance? Is there? Yeah, so there's a joke in the industry that insurance is sold, it's not bought. And building from that is why we really need to understand what is the importance of insurance. And the question, how do you make informed decisions? Most of the time when someone is purchasing insurance, they will look at the cheapest option. But I think that is the wrong approach. And the right approach should be, number one, understanding your business risk. So we have people in different businesses here. We have someone who is doing dairy farming, there's another one in manufacturing, and the risks that they face are totally different. For example, the person in dairy farming, their biggest risk is the livestock, right? Someone who is in manufacturing, their plant and machinery, that is the biggest risk that they have. Or someone in logistics, the motor vehicles. So the first thing we need to do is to identify the risks that our businesses are facing, whether it's fire, theft, professional indemnity, or whatever that is. Now, after we've identified the risks, the second most important thing that we need to do is to prioritize. And prioritizing, we can do that in three ways. Number one, we need to understand which are the mandatory or contractual covers or strategic covers. So you have those three buckets. The mandatory covers, of course, are those ones that you cannot run your business without. If you have a vehicle, it must be insured, even if it is third-party insurance. If you have employed staff, then they need to have WIBA. So those are mandatory. Then you go to the, after you look at the mandatory covers, now you go into the other covers which are contractual. And contractual covers are, for example, if you need to get a loan from KCB or from Bank of Baroda for some amounts or for some specific assets that you want, they may require you to have insurance. So again, that's contractual. You cannot be able to access that finance without some level of insurance. Then the last one, and I think the most important, is now the strategic insurances. And this is most important for you as entrepreneurs, because now here we are looking at, out of all these things are prioritized, which one would have the biggest risk to my business if it happened? So we are looking at things that can destroy your cash flow, or things that can grind your business to a halt, you know, and the like. So once you've been able to prioritize like that, then now you're able to move to the next step, and you ask yourself, so out of all these risks that I've identified and I've prioritized, which risk can I be able to hold as a business, and which one do I need to push to an insurance company? And that is how now you are able to prioritize your risks. The third step then becomes now comparing the different covers. So in the market there are very many insurance covers, and I know most of us always look at the price. Which one is the cheapest? This is one of the biggest questions we get from clients who are coming to purchase insurance. Who is giving the best rate for this? But I think that is the wrong way to look at it, because at the point of claim is when you realize that cheap is the most expensive. So the key thing here is now to compare. These are the risks I face, or I do need to make sure that my business can continue should this happen. To what limit do I want to be covered? What are some of the exclusions in this cover? Or what are the special clauses? If I have a claim, what is that one thing that would render that claim not payable? And that is where now a good broker or a good insurance agent comes to play to guide you through that entire process. So for Transnep, our view is simple, that insurance should be used to protect growth. We have the team here giving us the finance, and you know, finance is what will help you to set up. The investments you're doing will help your business to grow, but it is insurance which will protect that growth of your business. And the final, most important role of a broker, or like Transnet or the agents, is to also keep reviewing these insurance covers that we've given you for your business. Because as your business expands, so do the exposures, so do the, you know, the costs that would be there if you needed to, if there was an interruption in your business. So yeah, thank you, Dorothy.
Okay, I think Edwin has summarized it very well. So because you have like 6 minutes to 4 o'clock, we'll take questions from the audience. Burning questions. So you ask your question to the specific person that you want to answer the question.
Thank you very much. My name is Bramwell Kibet, and thank you for Navin. There is something that you mentioned about when the more that you increase your borrowing, it is when you better your books of accounts. I think I got it right. Yeah. So again, to our regional manager, say something about collateral, and most of us were SMEs, and what you can offer as collateral, it is things like chicken or something like that. So I wonder if you can take my chicken as a collateral, because it's really interesting to say that. I don't know if it is possible, because there is a way that you could have told us more how to, which you mentioned, that we should follow these steps in order to get maybe loans. So I don't know who is going to answer this question on investments, because most of the people tell us that you should save or something like that, but you're telling us that investment is much easier. So how are we going to invest? Because we do have things like maybe bonds and bills. We also have shares. We don't know how to start these things. We don't know how to, where we're even going to get the shares, how we're going to start all these. We can take a case of the NSC, for example. It is stock exchange that it is really doing a greater thing, but most of us, we do not know about NSC. How are we going to find ourselves in the NSC? How are we going to trade even shares or some things like that? Again, we do have, for example, the money market funds that they really do have a higher rate of returns on investment. So there are also some companies that they do sell their shares. For example, like Safaricom, they do have, their shares are sold at very affordable prices. I don't know if you can tell us how are we going to find ourselves doing these things and issues about shares and also about bills and bonds. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Okay, do you want them to answer? The question, or we take a couple, then you will answer them as a group. Let's take more questions.
Hello everyone. My name is Kennedy Lesim. I'm the director of Nexus Marketing Agency. I have a general question with regards to insurance. And this forum is for business entrepreneurs, basically. And it's being organized at the backdrop of a region that is considered as the great basket of the Republic of Kenya. Don't be fooled by today's rain. The reality in the ground is that all maize production, majority, over 80%, especially in Trans Nzoia and Uasin Gishu, are already dried up. As an insurance firm, what are you guys doing to ensure that you cushion farmers? Because climate change is the new reality. It has never happened before. As we talk today, the projection for maize, 90 kg per bag, this December is projected to be at 7,000 shillings, meaning as the country heads towards election next year, there is bound to be shortage. So as an insurance, I don't know whether there is a policy, you are going to introduce new covers to protect farmers, or you are going to hide under the natural calamity here that you're not going to protect farmers because it's a natural calamity. So my question is there maybe an insurance cover for farmers? Because this is the new normal. We don't know about next year. Maybe the thing will reoccur again. Thank you.
Okay, there's two others. At the back.
Thank you. My name is Austin Byron, and I am a software developer. And my question goes to either to Romo or Navi. Okay, we are building a fintech application, mobile application. And according to National Payment System Act of 2011, you cannot hold users' money without meeting some legal requirements. And I learned that if you cannot meet the requirements, you can partner with the bank. So, just enlighten me. How do I partner with the bank? My company to partner with the bank. What is the process? I'm just a software engineer. I am not a legal expert. Thank you.
Last one. Good afternoon. My name is Camillus, youth innovator and entrepreneur. I'm the team captain of Graphic Marketing Solutions. We do make outdoor advertisement units from recycled windscreens and tires. My question goes to KCB Bank concerning Shark Tank. So for my organization, we started back in 2020. We started with little capital, and currently we are employing 4 young people on a permanent basis and 3 casual laborers. And on the streets, I come across many young people, especially boy child. Sababu girl child kidogo wamekuwa empowered, but boy child wamekuwa left behind, most of them. And my question is concerning revival of Lions, because kuna many innovators, kuna many ideas, but you cannot walk into the bank and request for loan for finance for example, the innovation. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So we have a couple of questions for the bankers and one question for the insurance team. And the question, I think we know it, for the bankers it's about investments, collateral, and then how do you partner with them, especially for that question of holding people's money for longer. Then for the insurance is a product for farmers. Do we have one already? What are we looking forward to? So he's talked about a real risk that has materialized. So by this time, the risk has already happened. So the question is, was there a product that they could have taken? So because we're running out of time, I will couple your responses with your parting shots. So 2 minutes should be enough per person, so that we're done by 14, 16, 10, thereabout. So we'll start with Toromo. So you can respond to either of the questions. Then your parting shot in about 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll quickly go to the answer. The guy who talked about chicken, let me not respond as chicken. Let me respond as livestock. I said it is possible to take security in form of livestock, but we will take insurance. So these guys here are going to come in. So that one I think I have answered. The other, my counterpart here will talk about shares. Money market, please just walk into any of our branches. We have specialist staff who will take you through the issues of money market, how to invest, treasury, all that. So just walk into one of our branches and you'll be sorted. And then for the guy who talked about fintech, I didn't get the question properly, but I think it was about a startup investment. Yeah, and I think he needs some financing.
No, he's saying they require a partner because he talked about an act that says you cannot hold people's money for a certain period of time. So they were told they can partner with the bank to give them that backing of holding the money. I suppose the way Safaricom has Shwari and the like, so Safaricom is fintech, but they work with the banks to do some of the things that look like banking.
Okay. So for the fintech guy, just walk in, we discuss it. I said we can tailor-make any product to a specific need. So you can come and then we discuss and then we brainstorm and then we can see how we can take it from there. And then there was a last question, that one I didn't get completely. The last one, the Lions Den. It used to be there. Maybe we can take that one as homework and feedback. Then we will. You can also get in touch with us. We are still around. So my parting shot, number one, when you talk about when we are talking about accessibility. Please, as a business person, I want you to look at two things. Number one, don't hear about what people say that money is not accessible in the bank. Money is there. You need just to grow, be patient, start from small as you go up until you reach where some of these people are. And number two, here as bankers, we normally look at character as number one. So even as you walk into the bank, we will be interested so much about your character. We do our own background checks, the way you are, whether you, even we ask even your business partners. So that is why when he was talking about you paying your loans on time, it is one way of you developing your character. Thank you.
Thank you, Toromo.
Good evening. I will go to that investment part. The guy is saying that he wants to invest in the share market, like Safaricom is making a very good money in the share market. So my request is that whenever somebody wants to go and invest in the share market, before that you should do the proper analysis of the share market. Because if it looks very good, but it is very risky. And if you want to invest in the share market, you have to go through some platform. You have to open one demat account, you have to open one trading account, you can put the money there and then you can do the investment. Now, apart from share market, also you can do the investment in commodity market. There is one store is for that commodity exchange also. You can open the account, you can invest something little, and then you can start investing regularly. But before going to invest in any of the shares or commodity exchange, you do your proper study. Don't go by only mouth of word. And for the guy that for that software, and we can discuss on that one, so that I can liaison with my head office team. So they will guide you properly that how we can partner in that software. Thank you.
Thank you, Navi.
I'll combine the answer to the question and my parting shot. Of importance, insurance is important, but to say that is to also say the need is there. I think sometimes we cruise through life, myself included, thinking that the risks I mentioned earlier will not happen. All of us know that eventually we will die, but none of us thinks it will happen today. Truth is, it might not happen today, but it might. One of my preachers says. Same thing with being sick. We don't think we will be sick. But the truth is we are, all of us, in some way or another, in some WhatsApp group, in some chama, in some environment where you're contributing money towards some of these things, whether it is a funeral or a hospital bill. In fact, they say that almost all of us Kenyans are one hospital bill away from poverty. So these are things that are there. We were in Naivasha the other day, and we were discussing with one of the business owners the mandamano, the fuel price hike mandamano that was happening in the country recently. A supermarket was burned down during the mandamano. Now this is a supermarket that had employed over 400 people. This was the third time it was being vandalized, and this time it was burned down. These are things and realities that happen, including crop insurance, crop issues, Mr. Lesiu said. And yesterday, the deputy or the vice chamber president acknowledged it and said that we are experiencing a shortage of food. And if it is happening in the bread basket or food basket here in Wasingishu and Trans Nzoia, you can imagine what is happening across the country. So the problems are there. So is there a solution? Yes. For crop insurance to be particular, yes, there is crop insurance. This is not the time for us to bury our heads in the sand and say natural calamities. Drought insurance is there. Please consult your insurance agent, consult Transnet, consult our office, and we'll be able to draft for you and do for you a proper crop insurance cover. There is also livestock insurance cover. So the chickens, as you're getting a loan from KCB, they are covered. There's livestock insurance as well. So there are many forms of insurance. Medical insurance is one of those that you need to take. As a young person, I know you assume that you will not get sick. So far, you have not gone to hospital. If you hear sickness, you associate it with 50-year-olds and above. But the truth is, we can also get sick. Even that homa or that pneumonia or TB, for example, will set you back some 10,000, 20,000. Instead of having that cost or incurring that cost, you're a startup. Remember, when you get sick as a startup or as an SME owner, today your business stops. Because the business is you and you are the business. So secure that, so that by the time you are getting sick or someone in your family or someone close to you is getting sick, then you are sorted. Funeral cover. That is, for me, one of the most basic insurance covers that you need to have. Funeral covers can range from as low as 500 shillings. Please take that. I know in Kenya we don't discuss dying. But truth is, today if someone dies, we tutachanga pesa. So before that comes, unaenda kwa committee, funeral committee, unawaambia mimi niko na 100,000. Andika hapo 100,000 nitaleta. Ile kitu tu mtanipatia ni death certificate. You take that death certificate to insurance, insurance gives you 100,000, you've completed your contribution. So as much as Harambee spirit is our thing, kuchangiana is our thing, take insurance. It will secure your future. So for me, the closing remarks, Rosie, risk is there. Identify it, but don't sit on it, insure it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Edwin, because he's answered the one on farming, I'm going to ask you an additional question so you can wrap up. And the question is, before these people walk out of here, if they are entrepreneurs, what are the 3 insurance products that they need to have at a bare minimum? So as you do your parting shot, you can answer that.
Thank you, Dorothy, and for the additional question. So I think he's answered the one on livestock insurance, crop insurance, and maybe just to add on to it, or you should look at the entire cycle, not that mvua haijanyesha. Mvua inaweza nyesha na ukuwe na umeweka chakula kwa silo na iharibike. There's insurance for that as well. So there's a whole lot of information that we'll be able to share. We have a booth out here. Please come and we'll be able to share that information. So in terms of what are the insurances that someone should not stay without? When I was answering the initial question, I talked about the mandatory insurances. Na hizo zote tunajua. But then we also need to look at ourselves. He's talked about health insurance, very, very important. Not just for you as an entrepreneur, because you as an entrepreneur, many times you are the business. You are unwell, the business stops. So you need to have health insurance, or not just for you, but also for your dependents and for your business as well. And other most important, protect your business. So depending on which line of business you are in, what is that biggest risk that you face that could kill your business, and you need to get insurance for that. So thank you very much, and we look forward to engaging with you further.
Sorry, Dorothy, just one more on the insurances that are required. WIBA insurance, this is Workman Injury Benefit Act. This was an act that is passed by the law that if someone gets injured, or your employee or a staff is injured within the work premises, then you are required by law to compensate them up to 96 times their monthly salary. So if today you are paying an employee or a contractor or a farmer or someone who is mjengo, unamlipa 10,000 per month, you will be required to pay up to 96 times if they do get injured and they were not covered. So that also is a very important cover to take. Again, it's a very affordable solution that you can visit us and we can explain more how much you can pay for such a solution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So from our panel, we've learned that there's access. They are trying to really get money for SMEs to access through the banks. Navi has convinced us that we are good people. We take loans and we pay. And we say continue taking and paying so that you build a good credit line. The insurance team has told us risks are real, they will materialize, so you better take a cover for it. So in summary, we've seen that they are an ecosystem. By the way, when you take a loan, it is insured also. So it's an ecosystem that you need to learn and see how you can maneuver it. And the beauty is the gentlemen have told you their doors are open, so you can discuss with them, you can walk to their booths. And youth men, Musiogope, just get the courage just to walk in, just like Toromo has said, and present your proposal at the table. I think we've come to the end of our session. My name is CPA Dorothy Chepkoech. I run a consulting firm from the program you'll see, it's called Dot & Associates, and we focus on governance, risk management, control, compliance. So we work again with these people. So, but I've had a very good question on the investment. The youth men are asking, ENSC become something we don't know. And I think NCCI, because you have access to the youth, we can create forums that not only educate them, but also create a platform for them to access those kinds of investment. Because I remember in college we used to have clubs, and you would put a few shares in NSC and see it grow. So we can create a platform for them. I am a very big supporter of Youth Fund, so willing to share information, share knowledge, and support the process. I also am an entrepreneur, so I understand the journey. Thank you for your time, and have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. As we conclude this panel session, I want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to our moderator, CPA Dorothy Chepkoech. Thank you so much. And our distinguished panelists from AAR Insurance, Transnep, thank you so much. We want to appreciate the Bank of Baroda as well. And thank you so much, KCB, for the great insights that you've given us to this wonderful, wonderful audience. And thank you so much for your participation. I know you've got a lot of questions, a lot of insights, but for more, there are exhibition booths just outside there. You can go there and inquire more from them. But before then, I want to invite a team from Kenya National Chamber of Commerce so that they can present a gift to our panelists. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate the debate, the very insightful debate. I'm sure all of us have learned, and especially on the area of getting money from the banks and getting covered, getting insurance for ourselves and for our businesses. We have a small token of appreciation for each and every participant. and I will ask our director, Odek, to present this. We can begin with our very able moderator, Dorothy, CPA Dorothy. You can go and you can give her that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You've done a good job. Then we will go to AAR first AAR, translate first. Yeah. Thank you so much. And thank you for supporting and sponsoring this wonderful conference. We truly appreciate you. And AAR, a platinum sponsor, thank you so much. Receive our token of appreciation. Navi from Baroda Bank, thank you so much. I listened very keenly so that I could get every word. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate your input in this. And we are coming to open accounts as we discussed. Yeah. Bwana Toromo, our old friend, thank you so much for what you've done for us. Thank you for supporting us always as KCB. We truly appreciate it. Thank you so much. We can pose for a photo.
So before we leave, maybe I can give some directions. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for that great opportunity. We've learned and we will continue to learn. We want to appreciate each and every one of you. As your MC, it's been a great honor to guide you through these inspiring sessions. From yesterday, my sincere appreciation goes to our moderators, our distinguished panelists, and each one of you in the audience for your time, insights, and active participation. That was great. On behalf of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and industry, I want to say thank you so much for the great opportunity that you've given to me from yesterday to now. As we conclude, I want to say asante sana. My name is Shadrach Kimutai. I'm a radio presenter, journalist by profession, working with Sayare Radio and Television Network. My brand name is MC Berur. For those who are yet to do their events, you can choose us. We can never disappoint you, and we really appreciate your presence. We want to appreciate North Rift News for an excellent job that they've been doing since yesterday. Thank you so much, North Rift News, for what you've been doing for the Eldoret International Business Summit 2026. Not to forget an interesting team, Heartbeat Band. Wow, they've got great music. When you want to engage a band, engage Heartbeat Band. They've done an excellent job. Thank you so much, Heartbeat Band. And as we conclude this session, they are going to play some cool music Before that, I want to say thank you to recognize Dolphin. Dolphin, thank you so much. That was fantastic and quality, of course. Thank you so much. To all the sponsors, we want to say thank you so much. Asante sana. And just a direction, at exactly 6:30 p.m., we have a gala dinner, we have keynote speeches, we have sponsor presentations, we have guests, dignitaries. So ladies and gentlemen, at exactly 6:30 p.m., avail yourself in here and you will never regret attending this event. Asante sana, may God bless you. Tunakaribisha Heartbeat Band. Karibuni sana, so that you can take over the event. So this place is going to be taken over by our event organizers for arrangements as we prepare for the dinner. Asante sana. Wase watoka. Okay, tuta request to wende kwa exhibition booths so that e place ibaki for arrangements ya the dinner at 6:30 p.m. So kindly make your way up kwa exhibition booths, interact, and we will really appreciate. Asanteni sana. Karibu Heartbeat Band.
Minutes after they took high from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We born in this generation.